Hello everyone and welcome to another beautifully crafted fixture here of racing in Bahrain. It is truly a work of art. Well, that certainly is. Welcome to the Crown Prince's Cup Festival of 2026. Now tomorrow, $200,000 is on offer for the big one. The race of the whole fixture, the Crown Prince's Cup, 8 go-to posts, some wonderfully talented racehorses assembling for that. But today is no back number, and as the ever-popular Turf Series ticks into the second half, we've got the Hawar Cup for the sprinters and the Anchorman Cup for the middle distance horses. With so many points and therefore prizes on offer from now until March, there really is all to play for.
Bar in mid-division, then comes Round City Hall, followed by Desert Cop and Burdette, and Rocking Ends is further back, heading down towards the last 400. The bar in to Chandy. Come on, right, and showing up prominently to the inside is Caliph, and between horses Phantom Flight as they call Phantom Flight from High Royal. Phantom Flight's been in this position before.
We've had some incredible memories so far already, and when you think that there is still plenty to go with the Turf Series 2025-26 until we get to the King's Cup Festival in March, who knows what kind of drama we're going to be treated to. Meg Nichols alongside. Hello. I mean, as regards an evening for racing, it is perfect, isn't it?
It is. It's so nice to be back, firstly. Obviously, last year when we had the International Trophy, but to be back now, really getting into those Turf Series races. And as you say, things are starting to really heat up. The next couple of days, we've got some old favourites out on the track. The likes of Byline, who's tomorrow. I love him. Can't wait to see him back in action. But we've got lots of new horses that have come in for connections that look pretty exciting as well. So really competitive racing, massive fields this afternoon, and conditions out there. Well, I had a little walk earlier with Ali, and it's pretty perfect.
It is, isn't it? The clerk of the course is very happy, rightly so, as well. As we take you across the grandstand, you can see to the right, of course, the turf looking resplendent green. Atmosphere and crowd are going to build, but there are no excuses out there on the track, are there?
No, it's beautiful ground. Obviously, this evening we're running on the inner track. We'll switch to the outer track, so fresh ground for tomorrow. And the fact that, you know, this course enables them to have fresh ground for both evenings is pretty special. You know, you don't get that everywhere, but it will be absolutely beautiful ground out there. I don't think there's going to be any bias in terms of the straight track with the sprints. I'll be looking for where the pace might be, because that tends to be a little helper here. So it's competitive this evening.
So without nailing the colours to the mast just yet, do you feel like, and I know you'll want to judge it once you've seen a couple of races, but do you feel like you might have found an angle or two with the two Turf Series races? There you go. That
is a question. It's competitive. The Anchorman Cup is the first of those. We'll get a proper look at them in a little bit. But, you know, I'm looking through here and you're thinking, well, we've got 15 lining up, of which pretty much make a case for all of them. So it's not easy. It's
a horrible question.
It is a horrible question. I think I've maybe got my selection, but we'll be able to watch a couple of them back in action in a little while. But isn't it great, you know, looking through not only the horses, but the riders as well. We've got Tom Ockwand coming back in, who did so well here last season. He pretty much cleaned up. Billy Loughnane as well, the likes of Jason Hart, Paul Mulrennan, Connor Beasley. You know, we see these jockeys riding internationally throughout the season. So the fact that they're here in Bahrain for this meeting, you know, a nice 2-day fixture, and they're here for both days, I think it's quite telling how competitive and how good the racing really is over the next couple of days.
Yeah, you know what's funny as well, with the 2 Turf Series races, the leaders of the pack, and they really are just that, Chandigarh in the sprint and High Royal, who's run away, it would seem, with the middle distance race, they're both in action tomorrow. So there are going to be certain horses that are going to make massive inroads on the championships today, aren't there?
Yeah, there is, but also they could be pointers in the right direction for tomorrow's races.
True.
Because the form will hopefully be adding up and pointing us towards tomorrow's winners. Maybe tomorrow's the day that we'll find all the winners, when we've got a few more answers after this evening's card.
But 9 opportunities to do so today, and helping us as ever out with the coverage out on track. It's a good afternoon, early evening here in Bahrain. So Ali Vance.
Yeah, thanks very much, Nick. Good evening. Yeah, it's a lovely time of day here in the Middle East. As the sun goes down, you get that real golden glow around the track, and these majestic floodlights really light up this green carpet behind me. It's a real oasis in the middle of the desert. Now, as Meg says, we're really lucky here to have 2 expansive turf tracks. We're on the inner track this evening, which they have been racing on over the last couple of weeks, but they've maintained it brilliantly. And Andy Waite and his team, the clerk of the course here, they've maintained it really well. They've put sand in any of the divots, so it's a little bit more worn than the outer track, but they are saving the outer track for the big races tomorrow. And as Meg says, it's a really fair track here. The official going is good to firm. It's going to be fast conditions, no excuses really. As Meg said, there's not really much of a draw bias on the inner track on the straight course. So really looking forward to this afternoon, or this evening's races. It's a bumper night, 9 races. Highlight, of course, those 2 Turf Series races. And as you're talking about, a chance for a new name to step up today in the absence of those championship leaders, and perhaps make a mark on the rest of the series, as we are now at the halfway point of the Bahrain Turf Series. So some compelling, competitive races to look forward to.
Ali, thanks very much indeed. Doesn't seem a moment since we were here on the 19th of December introducing the series. Plenty has happened since then. So 2 races for the Turf Series tonight. We'll be talking about the Hawar Cup in just a few moments' time. That's the sprint. But the Anchorman Cup is for the middle distance horses later on this evening, and it's the first of the 2 races. The Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden, which is race 7 over the 2,000 metres. These are the runners. Westridge, welcome back, Tom Markand. 2 is Wave Rider, fascinating. First and second, or top 2 there, have clashed before. Merlin's Beard, Roller Jam, Salamanca Lad. Over the page, Vestigia, Hot Dancer under Jason Hart, Max Mayhem. It's George Baker, he's been in a couple of Turf Series races so far. Phoenix Passion, Sleeve Binion, interesting runner from Ireland. David Marnane is the trainer. Asgar is horse 11. Dane Manutton hasn't been seen since proving pretty much unsteerable, unfortunately, back in December. Soldiers Empire, Athan, Urban Sprawl. I mentioned the top 2, and I think they're to a degree the interesting ones, aren't they? And I think the international markets maybe think that as well. Westridge and Wave Rider, who've got form with our King's Cup winner, we'll see tomorrow.
Yes, both quite expensive purchases from the UK at the Tattersalls Horses and Training sales. Let's start with Westridge, who is very talented, but he's got his quirks. And we saw him to great effect last year when trained previously by John and Thady Gosden. He was a winner at the Qatar Goodwood Festival, and he was impressive that day. I was hoping he might sort of iron out some of those quirks, go on and build on what he'd done. But I suppose he's gone up through the handicap, life has got a little bit trickier, and actually coming out here for these type of races do suit him. I think an even track where he gets a good pace to aim at, and he can just be smuggled into the races a little bit, do suit. Now, he's drawn in stall 2, which you'd think he'd be ridden pretty prominently, but with cover, because I do think he needs to have a horse or 2 to aim at. Tom Marquand, obviously, on board this evening. He's a master at these types of things, and I actually don't think this horse disgraced himself behind Sovereign Spirit on his Bahrain debut. In a field with only 5 runners, I'm not sure that really sees him to his best effect. I think he does need tricking into it a little bit.
So who do you think comes out on top in the individual battle between those horses, the expensive ones, new to Bahrain, Westridge, and therefore bringing in Wave Rider?
Yeah, well, Wave Rider was just ahead last time, wasn't he? He's opposite end, he's out in stall 15. So it's a totally different task. However, he tends to go forward, doesn't mind making the running. So from stall 15, Callum Shepherd's got a little bit of time before the bend at this 2,000 metre start to try and get him into that rhythm and then track across. I'm a big fan of Wave Rider. I think he's just that little bit more straightforward. I still think it's early days. It is early days for both teams with these two horses, but George Scott seems to have whatever it is about getting the horses over here to hit a new level of form. And I feel like Wave Rider could be one of those that ends up going up through the grades. And he was only just beaten. He was only just caught last time. And Callum Shepherd will have in the back of his mind just to hold on a little bit, save that little bit extra that might be required this evening. I think he's got a great chance if he can overcome that stall early.
Right, that was a look at the Anchorman Cup. The Hawar Cup comes up after that, which is the sprint equivalent and represents points on offer for the sprint division in the Turf Series. The Hawar Cup, sponsored by Seiko, which is over 1,200 metres. Another bar, excellent winner, but took a real whack for that. Roman Dragon, last year's series winner. Derarin is 3, who always seems to be drawn in 17 and won out of that a couple of years ago. 4 doesn't run. Burdette is 5. Comanche Falls, very popular horse, very good horse. 7 is Dream Out Loud. Dubai Bling is 8. Redemption Time is 9. Inveigle is 10. Carsib is 11. The Old Boy Buffer Zone is 12. Nationwide is 13. Partisan Hero is going to have supporters, 14. Desert Cop is 15, declared to go tomorrow. Spangled Mac is 16. Up the Pace, really interesting runner now for the Kublers, is 17. Chief Mankato, Jack Shannon, making good noises about that horse. And Blue Day gets a run, the reserve getting in. I looked at this race earlier and I think I came up with 2 or 3 different win selections. I really think this is trappy. Can you put me in the direction of something useful?
Well, I do think an old favourite, Comanche Falls, has got a massive chance. He's just a very solid performer, isn't he? Didn't disgrace himself on his debut here previously. Now, he was ridden by Paul Morenon that day, and Paul is obviously top-class jockey. He rides a lot for Michael Dodds, but Connor Beasley is the one who knows this horse best. He's ridden him throughout his career. Comanche Falls is, again, got his quirks, kind of a typical highly strung sprinter. And I think that he'll bowl along on the front end and could be hard to catch. Of those that are drawn near him, I like the chances of Spangled Mac, who gets that toe into the race from Comanche Falls out of stall 4. Spangled Mac comes out of stall 6. I think he could go well. He loves it here at the track. Billy Loughnane over for George Bowie, so he's in the saddle this evening, and I thought that he could go close again. He was second here last time out, and I thought he could go close again this evening.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, good race. Look, 2 really good competitive races, which form up the main share of 9 on the card tonight. One man who's going to be doing the calling for us throughout today and indeed tomorrow, the Crown Prince's Cup Festival. It is a very good afternoon to Darren Owen.
Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the commentary position. That's a sprint, the Hawar Cup. Well, that's the Air Gold Cup, Wokingham and Stewards Cup all rolled into one. Ultra competitive. Lots of old friends have got stacks of winning form down the straight courses here in the Kingdom. Really looking forward to the other Turf Series race, the Anchorman Cup, with Westridge and Wave Rider renewing rivalry. And let's not forget the locals, because we've got the Oaks, the first classic of the season. Derby comes up tomorrow. We've got the Bahrain Oaks featuring Evergreen and Wanisa, 2 very exciting local fillies doing battle in that race. Now, let's have a look at what's coming up over the next few hours here in the Kingdom. First race of the day is not far away. It was only about 15 minutes or so away from the Gulf Air Cup for the Arabian Breds. It's over the round course, 1,200 metres, to be followed by the Lexus Cup. Lexus Cup also for the locals, 2,200 metres. The journey for that. Al Yatim has been to follow up last week's win, and you've got the likes of Hattab and December renewing rivalry once again. Race 3 is the the Investcorp Cup over 2,400 metres. This is a race for the imported thoroughbreds. Moving on to the fourth race, the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup, 1,400 metres. The journey here, and Call of Duty will be a warm order to follow up that impressive win from December. Fifth race is the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. It's over the mile, 1,600 metres, competitive stuff there. And then we move on to the Bahrain Oaks, sponsored by Al Muzdahir Stud. It's over 1,800 metres in the lead-up race for the Oaks. Here recently we saw Wanisa scoring an evergreen, looked really exciting last season, is another leading light in that. Seventh race is the Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden, 2,000 metres for this Turf Series affair. The guys have already spoken about Westridge and Wave Rider, a couple of the leading lights in that particular race. Oh, we've also got our old friend Soldiers Empire lining up. Eighth race is the Hawar Cup, sponsored by Sabaco. Lots of course winning form, very, very wide open sprint as the Turf Series continues. And the ninth and final race, again, is for the locally bred thoroughbreds over the straight 1,000 metres. Let's take a look at some changes, and these are non-runners. Race number 1, number 9, Al Jalabi, 1947, and race 8, doing that back to front, number 4, Ramazan, is a non-runner. They're the changes. Let's rejoin Ali.
Well, plenty of silverware on offer over the next couple of days. Here is the Crown Prince's Trophy, one of the most sought-after trophies in the kingdom. That's going to be decided tomorrow, but the horses are in the parade ring for our first race, first of 9 races today, first of 8 tomorrow. Delighted to be joined by Ed Veal, Director of Racing here. Ed, how significant is these 2 days in the whole of the kingdom's fixture list?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose very important to our programme. It's in the middle of this international season, so we're kind of at the halfway point of having our international horses take on our best horses here. So a defining moment, you know, we're 6 weeks away from the kind of the finale in the King's Cup, so we're really seeing our best horses run at this time of year.
Some really good horses here, based here for the Turf Series, but also some horses that have been contesting not just top races here, but will be going further afield in the Gulf over the next few months. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a really important time for the region. You know, obviously you have Saudi Cup in a few weeks' time, Qatar as well, and then Dubai's bigger fixtures pick up as well. So, yeah, we hope some of our best horses can go and fly the flag for Bahrain abroad and show off basically what we've built here, because their success outside of Bahrain is still, you know, reflective of the success here. So, very important time for the region. Last year, this 2-day fixture was formed, the Crown Prince's Cup Festival, but this year the big race has been elevated to what, Group 3 level? Yeah, exactly. A Group 3 status for the first time, joins the King's Cup as a Group 3. So important that these big races keep developing. Very important for us that, you know, we build our programme to have races of this stature to not only reward our best horses, but of course to attract horses from overseas as well. Brilliant. Thanks very much, Ed. Thanks, Ali.
Yeah, big weekend for Ed and the team, or big late week for Ed and the team here. And we'll look forward to seeing some of the international horses strutting their stuff a little later on. To begin with, though, we'll start with the Purebred Arabians. Off time of 5:30. This is the Gulfair Cup, and it's run over 1,200 metres. Al Saklawi 1934, Al Saklawi M1125. They're 1 and 2. Krushan 1926, Krushan M1121, Kahalan Al Adiyat 1915. Amloshan 1912, Musana 1927, El Hamdani 1965. Number 9 doesn't run, Al Managi 1971. Krushan M1177, Kuhalan Afas 1952, Abayanate 1967, Al Rabda 1920, Al Shawame 1911, and Al Sawatieh 1953. Who'd be a commentator? Darren Owen.
Well, let's use some race card numbers here. This is the Gulfair Cup, and let's just stress the fact that this is a maiden race for the Arabians. So number 1, Al Saklawi, 1934. Last time was beaten an awful long way, but there was a sound effort when finishing second here pre-Christmas. Number 2, one of the greys, Al Saklawi M1125. Where's the visor? This horse has really got to step up. Has beaten
has been beaten an awful long way in the start so far this season. Number 4 is Krushan M1121, 9th of 10 last time, beaten over 32 lengths. On his toes is number 5, Kerhalen Al Adi at 19.15. Didn't beat a single rival last time, and I'm afraid the case with this horse is that he's been beaten an awful long way in his starts this winter. Number 6 is Malolshan at 19.12. Now, there's a bit of promise here. Finished 4th of 12 when last seen last week, beaten 3 lengths on that occasion. Number 7, Musanan, 19.27. Finished 3rd in early December, only beaten a length and a quarter on that occasion, but was beaten a long way earlier on this month. In behind is number 8, Al Hamdani, 1965. He's only had the 1 career start so far. We'll need to really pick his socks up. That was last week, was 11th of 12, beaten 40 lengths. Moving on to number 10, Almanagi, 1927. Now, this colt has been knocking on the door. Earlier on this month, was beaten a length and a half by Al Shawaf over the 1,200 metres on the round course. And before that, in early December, was only just beaten by Kerhalen Afas, 1970. A big player, Almanagi, 1971. Moving on to number 12, this is Kerhalen Afas, 1952, 9th of 15 earlier on this month on debut. You'd like to think this horse could improve, but still has a bit of improvement to find. A lot to do. Number 13, this is a newcomer. And this is a grey colt, 4-year-old Obeya, 1967, and the champion jockey, the season's leading jockey, Ibrahim Nada, takes the ride for Abdullah Kuwaiti, who is the season's leading trainer. This is Al Rabda, 1920, number 14, has had 2 starts so far. Earlier on this month was 6th of 6, and before that was 12th of 13, so has only beaten 1 horse so far. Number 15, Al Shuwaima, 1911, was 5th of 6 earlier on this month over the round course of 1,200 metres, beaten an awful long way the time before that. And number 16, Al Suwaitia, 1953. Good effort a few weeks ago over the 1,200 metres when beaten just less than 3 lengths by Al Cray, 1966. That's number 16, Al Suwaitia, 1953. And 1 horse who's already down at the start is number 3, Krushan, 1926. I'm afraid this horse has been beaten some big distances so far.
So horse on the way down to post, some of them exhibiting characteristics of maybe being a little bit tricky, to say the least. They're making their way down, which is going to bring us racing for the first time today, which is great. It's the Purebred Arabian race, and Meg was just saying about how she would approach it if you were in the fortuitous position of being up aboard one of them.
Yeah, not in a dissimilar way, I don't think. Going down nice and steady and on the cautious side, because a few of these have been a little bit cheeky, to say the least, on the way down to the start. We've had a few bucking and going, and steering, I don't think, has been overly generous on one or two of the horses, who seem to be having a bit of a mind of their own. But they are now starting to slowly but surely get down and make their way to that 1,200-metre start. Obviously, running around the bend on this occasion. We'll see a few over this distance on the straight track a bit later on. But yeah, plenty of them are making themselves well known, that's for sure, but trotting down in a bit more of an orderly fashion.
Now, they go with the distinction of all of them looking to win for the very first time. Some of them really haven't shown all that much. In the case of one or two of them, they've doubtless showed enough to go and win a race such as this. Now, number 10, Al-Managhi, 1971, who's had 4 starts and has bumped into one on each and every one of those starts. Is today the day?
I hope so, yes. I have chosen this horse as my selection. Actually, more than anything, Nick, I saw him walking around in the paddock, and I thought that he just stood out for me. He was quite imposing, a good size, and he just looked extremely well. As you say, he's been running with credit recently and not beaten overly far on his last couple of starts. So
there he is.
There he is, trotting down. He's a little bit of a handful, I think, as he's made his way to the start. But as you can see, he's just got a bit of scope about him, a bit more size than one or two of the other runners in this field. And he's moving particularly well down to the start, pointing his toe there, enjoying the ground underneath him.
Yes, he is. Right, there's 5. That is Gahalen Al-Adiyat, 1915, who didn't beat a single one home last time. I guess we're probably scratching around for significant enough form. I thought Lolshan 1912 had perhaps, or 6, had perhaps more pressing claims than some. It's higher draw, but it's been running consistently and consistently well, really, in the context of things. Drops back in trip, but is probably versatile, and I'd imagine that one by one a fair few of these will drop away.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, we've had a few that have got more experience than others, but one of those with only 1 start to date that actually didn't run too badly at all was number 11, Krushan M 1177, who has only had the 1 start so far, but finished 3rd and wasn't beaten that far. Now, he's coming out of stall number 4, which is a nice position to be coming out of. And on that debut performance, he ran over the same course and distance. So we know that he acts over this trip and around the bend, and maybe that initial start will just help sharpen him up a little bit for this evening, and he could just go 1 or 2 places better.
Yes, I think that's completely fair. That run in December wasn't too bad at all. We've got debutants, Al Jalabi, 1947, horse number 9. You've also got Abayan, 1967. He's got a midfield draw in 6, so they're really at the lower ends of no experience whatsoever. So we'll see how they go.
What about horse number 16, one of the fillies? She is, again, one that has a little less experience, but she took a massive step forward from her 1st to 2nd start. On her debut, she was very green and quite raw, looked quite immature mentally, but she really did improve plenty to then finish 2nd, beaten only a couple of lengths next time. So I just thought she could be one to keep an eye on. Maybe she could improve again. As I say, one of those that's only had a little bit of experience. A bit wider for her out in stall 13, so she has got to overcome that. But she is next to my pick of this race. Number 10 comes out of stall 12.
I completely take your point about the step forward from run 1 to run 2, and it was only a week apart, back on the 2nd of January in a a week later. Interesting, the race card goes to Al Managhi with you to win this, on top of Bahrain 1967. So they're putting up a debutant finished in second, and then the aforementioned Al Suwatia 1953, who bids to step forward from run 2 to run 3. I think we've probably covered the principles as the loading process begins, as our Crown Prince's Cup Festival 2026 is but moments away.
It is interesting you're saying about a debutant being put forward here in our race card, number 13, Bahrain 1967. Ibrahim Nadir, who's in the saddle, has got a really, really good book of rides over the next couple of days. He's got some exciting ones to look forward to, that is for sure. Not too far away, a couple of races time. He's got the likes of Evergreen, who he's got a great relationship with. That's our Bahrain Oaks this evening, amongst others. So he has got a really good book of rides over the next couple of days, and that's quite telling. I think probably tomorrow he will be looking forward to even more. The likes of Zeal as well, who he's got on so well with. Yeah. So a jockey to follow potentially the next 2 evenings. Yeah,
it's the big man for the big occasion. A hand on that championship, as I'm sure he will want. And I think he had a 4-timer on the day that the Turf Series was launched back in December, one of the which Meg was mentioning there, Zeal. So actually tomorrow I was thinking about some of the quality on show outside of the Crown Prince's Cup. When you think about Byline, one of the most popular local horses there's been, so too Zeal, horses like Galatia as well. All the big players are on show over the next 24 hours or so, and you won't miss it with us. Right, one by one they are loading, and hopefully the rest of the process will be a swift one. Darren, for the first, we'll join up with you.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, the runners going into the starting stalls here for this main for the Arabian Breds, the Gulfair Cup. Looking at Kuhailan Al Adiyat there, number 5, goes forward. Ahmed Maki takes the ride. Number 3 is Krushan 1926. This is number 6, Malulshan, 1912. Malulshan, 1912, moves into place. 1, Al Saklawi, 1934, to go forward. And 11, Krushan, 11, M1177. All in. Racing over the round course, 1,200 metres, and they're off. So being bustled along to go forward is Kuhailan Afas to the inside, and breaking the line is Al Managhi. Al Managhi's already got the rail to run against and shows up nicely with number 4 Krushan in second place. Al Rabda, green and white jacket, is chasing up the leaders, being followed by Al Suwatia, who's parked about 5 wide as they go into the turn. Al Shuwaima, number 15, is between horses as they go down the side of the course towards the 800-metre marker. Leaders are being chased by number 3, Krushan, and further back the newcomer, number 13, Obeyan. That one's in mid-division, with the outside Malulshan trying to get into it. Heading down towards the last 400, and it is Al Managhi who keeps finishing second. He's got the lead here and tries to break away. So it is Al Managhi at the 400-metre marker, goes several lengths clear of number 4, Krushan. Wandering around is Kuhailan Afas, who now moves into second place, with 1 Al Saklawi staying on. And look to the outside, here comes Malulshan, who's also keeping on inside the final 200, and it is Al Managhi who's under the spotlight and is about 5 or 6 lengths clear, and today is the day. It is Al Managhi, number 10, who goes on to win. Race on for places, with Malulshan disputing second place alongside Kuhailan Afas, and they are clear. The newcomer Obeyan was alongside Al Saklawi, number 1. So victory goes to number 10, Al Managhi. I suppose this was a maiden race, and this is the horse that had the form in the book. Some placed efforts, some solid placed efforts were in the book coming here. Number 10, Al Managhi, 1971, has won. Case Al Busaidi, Yusuf Taha, and Victorious Forever, the winning connections. Victorious Forever with their 13th winner of the winter, and this horse has won by a long way in the end. So that's number 10, Al Managhi, 1971, the winner. There's a race on for second, and that is heads up, heads down for second. back in 4th place. So I suppose there was promise there from the 4th horse. That was number 13, Obeyan 1967, the newcomer for Top Connections as well. So that horse finished 4th with number 1, Al Saklawi 1934 in 5th. So winner number 10, Al Managi. Photo for second, a bob for second between number 6, Malol Shan, and number 12, Kahalan Afas, in no particular order. 4th, number 13, Obeyan, and 5th, number 1, Al Saklawi. But the spotlight firmly on the winner, and the convincing winner at that, number 10, Al Managi 1971.
Darren, thank you very much indeed. Absolute no-nonsense stuff from the man aboard there, Kaysar Basaidi from stall 12, aboard the horse that, as Meg said alongside, was the one that had the form in the book. And with that context, wasted no time in getting to the lead and has controlled that from flagfall.
Let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Kaysar Basaidi. Case, your first ride here this season, and it's a winning one. You seem to do that very nicely.
Yes, first time I ride in this season in Bahrain.
What's your history, though, with riding out here?
MashaAllah. I have, you know, before I work with Yusuf Tahar, I think before 5 years like that with the Victorious Racing. And today I come back with him and first ride for him in this season. And I won, alhamdulillah.
And he gave you a nice feel?
Yes, good.
At a winning field, congratulations. Pillar to post victory then for Kaysar Basaidi. Nice to see him back here. As he said, he'd rode for Victorious a few seasons ago, but his first ride this season is a winning one as he heads back into the winner's enclosure.
He looked like a man fully accustomed to what the challenge of this racecourse presents, and 3 or 4 lengths clear at the time that we pick it up, and that's exactly the way that it stayed. Burnt off all those in behind, had built up what turned out to be an unassailable lead at the top of the home straight, and class as told.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive, wasn't it? A good way to get off the mark, and everything just kept pretty straightforward, as you say. Was positive out of the stalls, got up with those leaders, and managed to win pretty decisively in the end. And you know, it's great, isn't it, to see Kay's back in action here at Bahrain, and riding a winner on his first ride back is pretty impressive. But this horse, I still think he can improve and learn. He looked quite tricky to try and switch onto that outside lead for a while down the home straight. And I think he's still quite babyish and immature. So more to come from this winner, I think, and potentially one to keep an eye on, as he may well go through the grades.
He wouldn't be the only purebred Arabian in history to get to the lead and then probably not do a whole lot in front. But he'd done enough, and that's the main thing, and does so for Yusuf Tahir with Kaysar Basaidi aboard in the colours of Victorious Forever. How many times are we going to say that, with 16 races still to go at the Crown Prince's Cup Festival over the next 24 hours or so? Your first winner is Al Managi 1971.
ما ينزل على كيفه وقف ما تنزل على كيفك هني ايوه كذا تعجبني الحين انت كانك شاي ابو داوود يلا روح شباب طلعونا منك وهيله
So we come to the first trophy presentation for the Crown Prince's Cup Festival. This, the Gulf Air Cup for the purebred Bahraini Arabians. And we're delighted to welcome on behalf of the sponsors, Gulf Air, Mr. Martin Gores, the Chief Executive Officer of Gulf Air, to present the trophy to our winner. Well done to Connections of Al Managi, 1971. Well done to our winning trainer, Yusuf Taha, our winning jockey, Case Al-Basaidi. Al Managi, the winner of the Gulf Air Cup in the colours of Victorious Forever.
خلي في الوسط خلي في الوسط خلي عند ابو عبد العزيز عند ابو عبد العزيز ابو عبد العزيز
So let's confirm the result of the Gulf Air Cup. First, number 10, Al Managi, 1971. Second, number 6, Malulshan, 1912. Third, number 12, Kuhailan Afas, 1952. Fourth, number 13, Obeyan, 1967. And fifth was number 1, Al Saklawi, 1934. The margins there were 4.5 lengths and a short head. 4.5 lengths and a short head. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 23.02. 1 minute 23.02. That result is official. They've weighed in for race 1. The Crown Prince the outside, Hooker Dolphin, Sovereign Spirit travels well in the red and black jacket, with a confident looking Callum Shepherd heading out, picked up. Sovereign Spirit is the one to be caught. Phantom Flight is the one trying to catch Sovereign Spirit. Phantom Flight has gone there, and Callum expressed himself in style.
So tomorrow evening, the big one, the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Seiko, and there are 200,000 reasons to be excited for it. Race 6, 2,000 metres. Number 1 is Champagne Prince, 2 is Cracksking, 3 is High Royal, King of the Throne is 4, Panning for Gold is horse number 5, Sovereign Spirit, who won the King's Cup last year, is 6, Tawarek is 7, and Nesthorn for George Baker and Callum Shepherd is horse number 8. And we very much hope that the 8 stands their ground by the time we get to post time tomorrow. Now, High Royal, Meg, alongside, who's a horse who needs little introduction, placed in a couple of classics a few years ago in the UK, including at Newmarket. He is finding his feet and then some out here. He's atop the Turf Series middle distance by a mile, and he could be stepping into bigger things here.
Yeah, he could. Look, he was held in very high regard as a 2- and 3-year-old by Kevin Ryan and the team, and then for some reason just lost his way a little bit, and things weren't really happening. But since he's come over here, I suppose a sort of fresh start, albeit he is still with the same team, getting trained in a different environment, has clearly just sort of sparked that old fire that he clearly still has burning. So it's great that he's been so effective over here, and he really has been in top form. He's been second a couple of times with a win in between, but this was his most recent start when he did finish in second behind Phantom Flight. Now, he was well beaten this day, but I think this was a really good run. We know that Phantom Flight is heading onto bigger and better things and upping grades next time. But High Royal, he just did little wrong, really. He was very much dominant of the rest of the field, sort of eased down slightly there to the line. And he stepped back up in distance this evening. He's pretty effective sort of over the 1800 and the 2000, but I don't think stepping back up, tomorrow evening, I don't think stepping back up is any harm for him. And I think that, he will go very close once again.
He can't run in the Turf Series now. He's just too high. He's gone out the ceiling. He did, earlier in the season, clash with Nesthorn in the opening Turf Series of the entire season. That was back on the 19th of December. Nesthorn travelled like the absolute good thing. It was a bit of a mess of a race. High Royal, this was the day when you felt as well that he was beginning to come back to the kind of horse that we knew he was. He finished a good second. Now, strictly speaking, given the reversal in weights here, High Royal should have his measure, shouldn't he?
Yeah, you'd think so. He didn't actually have the smoothest of passages through there. He sort of lost a bit of momentum. Nesthorn was pulled to the middle of the track, clear run, and absolutely flew home. Now, on that evidence, you think, well, where's the swing in form? How does High Royal close the gap? But Nesthorn has run a little bit disappointingly since then, albeit he was drawn out wide. So in the conditions of tomorrow's race, it probably slightly is in favour of High Royal, but I don't think there'll be a massive amount between them. They're drawn in 7 and 8. They both get ridden in fairly similar style in that they'll both be given a bit of cover. And so, I don't think there's an awful lot between them. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nesthorn bounce back after last time's slightly disappointing run where it just didn't really happen. He was drawn out wide, never really got the smooth time of things. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take High Royal to reverse that form with, I think it's a £5 swing tomorrow.
Yeah.
One of the strongest local horses, now of course trained by the Kublers down in Clare, is Graxking, who's made it 2 from 2 for the team, picking up a big local race back in December just before Christmas. They really advertised their talent so far as a training duo. We knew that in the UK. They're seeing it here now. What, 29% strike rate, and they're picking up these established horses. We've got Byline to come tomorrow, but Graxking in this case and showing just how good they can be.
Yeah, look, this is a very talented son of Frankel. He's taken very well to things over here, as you say, yet to be beaten. My question would be the drop down in distance. I think that this horse stays pretty well. That was over the 2,400 metres. He's dropping down to the 2,000 tomorrow. So that is where my concern lies. I don't question his ability at all, and on ratings, he's right up there. But is that step back down, is he just going to be sort of caught for a little bit of speed? That's where my concern lies. Okay,
and it's the first of the Triple Crown, of course. Lexus Cup in the middle of February. They'll go 2,200 metres and 2,400 by the time we get to the King's Cup as well, progressively stepping up in trip, but as Meg said, might suit some more than others. Let's have a look now at the race that's fast approaching. It's the second contest of the day. First of the thoroughbred races. December is number 1, Al Yatim is 2, Hatab is 3, Arjay is 4, Bint Al Jazeera is 5, Zafarani is 6, Majara at 7, Malja 8, Scorpius is 9, Irada is 10. Pegasus, Call Me Maybe, Tariq and Budvar. They are the runners for our second race of the day, which is the Lexus Cup over 2,200 metres. Darren Owen.
Thanks, Nick. Runners now assembling in the parade ring for the Lexus Cup. First we see is number 1, December, who ran fourth. That was last week. Hattab and December are renewing rivalry here, incidentally. Hattab was in front of December when they met in December. So that is number 1, December. Let's pick up on number 3, Hattab. Hattab was 1 length in front of December. That was around about 6 weeks ago. That race over today's trip of 2,200 metres. And before that, Hattab had finished only a head behind Sinjar. So very consistent type, Hattab. Let's look at number 2, Al Yatim. Really found his stride last week up the straight when mastering Bayrak by a neck over the slightly longer trip of 2,400. Number 6 is Zafarani. Zafarani is the winner of 2 races. Regarding this season, the latest effort was beaten an awful long way behind Realm over 2,200. Good run behind Majara here in November over the 2,400, beaten only 2 lengths. There is Majara, number 7, this 6-year-old mare who was a winner then in November. Since that effort in November was another one well held by Realm. That was a few weeks ago. On the international markets, Majara is the favourite. Number 8 is Mojar, one of 3 runners for Mohammed, Khalid, Abdul Rahim and Haider Ibrahim. Callum Shepherd takes the ride and running for the first time this season. Last spring, this horse ended with a close-up 4th behind Bint Al Jazeera over 2,000. Number 9 is Scorpius, winner of 1 race last week, ran 5th of 16 in that race won by Al Yatim. That's Scorpius, be one of the outsiders. Number 10 is Irada, another one for the Abdul Rahim Haider Ibrahim team. This is a horse who won last spring, won over 2,200 and is running for the first time since, no, sorry, not last spring, I should say, March of 23. Has had a long layoff, hasn't been seen out since mid-March of 23. Capable when last seen, but that's Irada who's got that, has to overcome a long layoff. Number 11 is Pegasus. Pegasus was 6 of 16 last time behind Al Yatim, but was in the winner's circle over 2,000 metres when beating Shaheen by a neck here in mid-November. Not without a chance, Pegasus. There's Call Me Maybe, who's in the orange and blue jacket. Be one of the outsiders, supposedly. Connor Beasley takes the ride. Was well held in the race won by South China Sea a few weeks ago over the mile. So steps up to 2,200. Number 13 is Tariq, winner of 1 race. Tariq ran a couple of weeks ago, beaten an awful long way, has been out of form and would be a real long shot on the international markets, Tariq. There's number 5, yellow cap of Al Mahimadiya Racing, Hussein Asghar aboard Bint Al Jazeera, running for the first time this season, ended last season in good style by beating Hattab by half a length over 2,000 metres. That's Bint Al Jazeera, number 5. And in the blue and yellow jacket, another long shot. This is Budvar, Stefan Lajaj aboard this horse who comes here as a maiden. And in shot there, the grey, that is RJ. RJ is number 4. Ed Greatrix in the saddle. Winner in November over 2200, but was well held behind Hattab here last time.
First of the Thoroughbred races, race 2, Lexus Cup, 2200 metres, and you'll see that they start right in front of the grandstand, a lap of the track, and that will really sort them out. One of the likeliest players, certainly according to the international markets, is 7 Majara under Asheen Orr, who's going to break from stall 5, stays further, won quite nicely in November actually over further than this, and impressively 2. That is a key form race. I didn't think was the likeliest winner myself. What about you?
No, she's very consistent, isn't she? But I agree. I have actually looked elsewhere. I thought that number 3, Hattab, has got another chance of going well again. Course and distance win last time, so we know that this trip does suit. And I thought that he took a good step forward from his seasonal reappearance in November and built on that to go and win last time. And I thought it was a decisive enough length over number 1 December, and I thought Hattab could well go pretty close again. So I think he is just about my winning selection out of stall 8, so drawn in round about halfway. As you say, it's quite quick into the turn here, but they've got plenty of time over this distance to sort themselves out.
Yeah, I can see that, and hit the line very strongly, also by the same sire as Majara. That is Wild Hacked. 2 Al Yateem under Benoit de la Sayette, who took a few, I think it's fair to say, a little while to get going with the first winner, but has very much motored through the last 6 weeks or so, and has scooped Turf Series race with Nestor, a couple of Turf Series races, and is enjoying a first spell out here. He could have a winner, courtesy of Al Yateem, who he gave an opening success to here last week, stepped up to 2400 that day, and saw it out very strongly. So stamina's not going to be an issue.
It's not, but is the concern dropping back down in trip? He's a horse that has clearly taken a bit of time to mature, and I think that that extra distance really helped him last time, and that's where he managed to get his first victory on the board. So the step down in trip may not necessarily quite suit. December, number 1, we should give a mention to, twice a winner, and has been running okay over this distance. Now 1400 last time was too short and definitely too sharp for him to be at his very best, but has formed with Hattab, and as I say, twice a winner with Jason Hart on board. He's got a couple of nice rides over the next 2 nights.
Indeed. We are loading, almost loaded. Vast majority have gone forward, which is great. I understand 1 or 2 of them might be shaking the stalls a little bit. But hopefully it's just the fact they want to get going rather than anything too serious. Right, last couple are going to go forward. It's race 2 already. Here's Darren.
This is the Lexus Cup, race number 2, and we're just waiting on Budva to load right in front of the stands. 2,200 metres as Pegasus backs away from the stall, so Pegasus is backed out. So the stalls team attempted to load Tariq from the front of the gates, but that didn't work. So we're just waiting now on Pegasus and Budva. Budva going into stall number 6. And number 13, Tariq, is not in the field. That horse is out of the line, and they're off, and they've gone without number 13, Tariq. They've gone without Tariq. Last one away was Scorpius. A mad dash to the first turn with Al Yatim on the inside. RJ is right there with the leaders as they swing towards the far side. Mojar is in the mix, and going via the Cape is Bint Al Jazeera as they settle down to go down the side. Hatab is just in behind the ones forcing the early tempo. Up and on the inside comes Budva, further back to December's undercover. Pegasus and Scorpius are next, and the back marker is Arada. They go down the side of the track towards the far side, and it is Bint Al Jazeera alongside Al Yatim, that pair chased by RJ, and then comes the black cap of Mojar with the inside berth held by Zafarani, Hatab and Budva together. December, Call Me Maybe, followed by Scorpius. Majara has only got 2 behind. Pegasus is one of those, the other one is Arada. They go down the far side of the track, and it is Al Yatim alongside Bint Al Jazeera. A gap then of a length to RJ, who's posted 3 wide. Zafarani on the inside with a red cap, and then comes Mojar. These are being tracked by Budva and Hatab. Call Me Maybe, Orange Silks. Rail Runner is December. The black and yellow of Scorpius still 3 wide as they pass the 1,000-metre marker. Majara is following, chased by Pegasus, and Irada is the one detached. They're about to turn away from the back, going down the side of the track, and it is Al Yatim and Bint Al Jazeera from RJ. On the rail is Zafarani. Scorpius is just in behind them, so too Moja, and Budva's hunting up the inside berth. Back in mid-division, Hatab would be about 6 lengths down as they face the judge now. They're homeward bound. December needs the seas to part on the inside. They're down the straight towards the last 400, and it is Al Yatim and Zafarani. Zafarani has hit the front now for Neil Callan from Al Yatim. Hatab back in third, and then comes RJ to the outside. Mojar is in the mix. They're into the last 200. Al Yatim is coming back at Zafarani, and Hatab is just in behind them, well inside the last 100. Al Yatim the leader. Hatab finishing off really well. Hatab and Al Yatim. Hatab may have got there from Al Yatim. It's close, just in behind. December, Call Me Maybe, in company with Zafarani. Tremendous closing stages there, and it was all change in the last 100 metres, and on the evidence it looked as though Hatab may have just got there. Number 3, Lewis Edmonds, Abdullah Kuwaiti, His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa. Hatab number 3 down the outside. Al Yatim was very game because Al Yatim wrestled back the advantage from Zafarani. So a thriller to race number 2, the Lexus Cup. Let's have a look at this. There's Zafarani. Al Yatim is on the inside. Al Yatim, who came here in good form, came back for more, hit the front of the last 100, and then Hatab, Lewis Edmonds, got a great run out of Hatab, and bang, Hatab gets there from Al Yatim second. Looks like December may have just got third from Call Me Maybe. So number 3, Hatab, wins for the 3rd time in his career. Remember, they went without Tariq. That horse was withdrawn. Tariq was withdrawn. But Hatab is the winner of the Lexus Cup, race number 2.
Yeah, what a superb finish that was, and the battle up top between the last time out winners, those being Hatab and the one that looked booked to get home for a 2nd success in a row and a 2nd success in the space of a week. Our team under Benoit de Sayer, only mugs late on by your selection, Meg. Well done.
Yeah, look, Lewis Edmonds has managed to get a great tune out of this horse this evening, hasn't he? He had to sort of wind his way through runners and didn't have the smoothest of passages, but he had a willing partner who stays this trip extremely well and has managed to get up, as you can see, just on the line. He's needed every yard of this distance, and look, he has been tough for Lewis, and a horse that's certainly improving and winning last time. Confidence is up, and he's gone and backed that up with another win this evening.
Yeah, it has. My eye was constantly drawn to the top horse, December, who had a luckless run and was checked 1, 2, 3 times over on that far side rail. Got a run, but the front two had flown by that point. So surely there'll be other days for that horse. Lewis Edmonds partnering Hatab to success, who hasn't been seen since winning on the 12th of December, when beating December, that form fully standing up. And we're shortly about to hear how the race was run and won through the perception or through the eyes of our winning jockey. Should be well worth that. Hearing from Ali in a few moments' time, but it was a dramatic old race. And at the end of it, it was passed in flying colours by Hatab. Ali, let's get to you.
Yeah, let's have a word with Lewis Edmonds then, if I can catch up. Lewis, congratulations, your first ride back this season. I know you've been over here plenty of times in previous years. Timed that to perfection. Were you confident you were going to get there?
I mean, he's quite a keen running horse when I sort of watched him back, and I've sort of jumped forward to get a nice handy position, and they've gone a good even gallop, so the race was really run to suit him. There was a lot of horses coming under pressure quite a long way out, and he felt like he was full of running, and he's picked up nicely for me and finished off the race really well.
And as you were saying, first ride back here, when did you last ride out here?
The last time I was here would have been about 4 years ago, with Sheikh Khalid again, and he's been brilliant. He was pretty confident. He had some good runners at this sort of meeting, and he doesn't normally bring me out for nothing.
Well done then in the winners' enclosure then on your very first ride back. Plenty keen, your horse, as he heads back into the winners' enclosure. Well done to Lewis Edmonds and to Hatab, winning our second race, the Lexus Cup.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we'd seen him here, but he'll be absolutely delighted to be back. And when you go and win a race such as this, why not? Indeed, Lewis Edmonds, I was looking up the stats earlier yesterday when we were talking actually with Ali. I don't think had a winner, or hadn't had a ride, there you go, get this, since winning on the 25th of March 2022. So 4 years on, welcome back.
Absolutely. We saw that with our jockey in the opening race as well, didn't we? Similar story. But yeah, Lewis was good on this horse here. He managed to sort of keep him interested, came through runners quite nicely, and when the gap opened, he really did start to run on well. He got up there on the line. It wasn't the same story for some. Jason Hart had a luckless run, as you mentioned, Nick. He got checked a couple of times on December, but the winner was in the right place at the right time, and he managed to strike and get up to beat Al Yatim on the line.
And when you look at the first three, it's quite a believable, formful looking race, really, isn't it? The right horses have come to the fore.
Absolutely, yeah. The recent runs of form have really held up well. You could argue Al Yatim, despite being beaten, has actually probably run nearly a career best. He stays further than this in December, right back to form, stepping back up to this distance again. I wouldn't be surprised to see him winning again at some stage soon in the future. But Hatab was too good for them today. And yeah, he's managed to run down his rivals.
Way too good for Lewis Edmonds. Abdullah Kuwaiti in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa. Your winner is Hatab. Now, I had absolutely no link into this whatsoever, and not biased in the slightest, because I did fancy our team to win this, so I've got a good run for it. But have a look at those Al Mahemadiya racing colours, white sleeves and white cap. That was a horror show on December. And it's not Jason Hart's fault by any means. He was all dressed up with nowhere to go whatsoever.
Yeah, I just think that when the pace really lifted, Jason Hart didn't have the horse underneath him. And then as he started to stay on, the gaps weren't really there. And he's had to sort of weave through, but managed to get up for third. Pretty tight across the line, as you can see. Lewis Edmonds did have the horse underneath him when they did start to quicken, and that's why he managed to get that clear run through. You can see here, Jockey's in full drive.
Fantastic
shot.
Our
second race of the evening. Benoit de la Sayette down the rail. You will feel like this has been robbed off of him late on by Lewis Edmonds on Hawar, but yeah, look, it was a proper good finish.
I think Benoit probably said to Lewis Edmonds, you can wait another 4 years if you're going to go and do that on your first ride back. Some very, very happy winning connections, and well done as well as they might be. Hawar has won our second race, which was pretty long on quantity, as indeed many of the races are tonight, perhaps just concentrating on but a few. Not a bad start tonight so far. It's been going all right. 2 races down, a couple of returning jockeys, some good finishes, or certainly in the case of that race.
Absolutely, there has been. I'm looking forward, you know, to the next couple of races as well. Neil Callan obviously not beaten too far there. He's got a massive book of rides over the next couple of days. As we say, High Royal obviously in our feature race tomorrow evening. Jason Hart, he's got Tartan Chief in our next. He'll be hoping to get on the board at some point as well over the next couple of days, because he's got a good book of rides. And Jason, I think it's fair to say he's a little bit cursed with the travel here and back. He's had more delayed flights than anyone I've ever known, but he's here, he's made it. He came over with Paul Morenon, who's got good rides this next couple of days as well. So yeah, exciting times for all of our jockeys who've made it over.
Absolutely, they're here, and they're here to make it worth their while. Let's get up to Darren.
Yeah, it's good to see Jason Hart here. He's my travel advisor, incidentally. Anyway, let's confirm the result of race 2, the Lexus Cup. And the winner there was number 3, Hawar. Second was number 2, Al Yatin. Third, number 1, December. And fourth, number 12, Call Me Maybe. The fifth horse was number 6. That was Zafarani. A neck and one length, the margins. Victory there going the way of Hawar for Lewis Edmonds and Abdullah Kuwaiti.
And that takes us on to the trophy presentation for the Lexus Cup. And we have Mr. Issa Mohammed Kanu, the director of Lexus, to present this trophy. Well done to Hawar, the winner of the Lexus Cup. Our winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Salman bin Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa, represented by his father, His Highness Sheikh Khalid, receiving the trophy alongside our winning jockey, Lewis Edmonds, and our winning trainer, Abdullah Kuwaiti. Well done to Hawar, the winner of race 2, the Lexus Cup.
A massive night and a massive couple of days of racing for the Crown Prince's Cup here in Bahrain. Delighted to welcome top jockey on the international stage. He needs very little introduction, Tom Mark. And Tom, thank you for joining us. How are you? Where have you been? Busy here, there and everywhere?
Yeah, pretty busy. Obviously had a sort of productive first half of the winter, I guess. Did a stint in Japan, but ended up in Australia, Hong Kong on the way, and yeah, it was good, fruitful again. But it was nice to get home, have a little holiday, and freshen up. And now it's like into the second half now, and looking forward to a few more travels. Obviously, great to get back to Bahrain there.
Yeah, but how's your relationship developed with Bahrain over the last half a decade or so?
A lot, obviously. You know, His Highness Sheikh Issa and the club have worked very hard to take sort of Bahrain racing to another level, and you know, they're succeeding. Obviously, since I joined the team, there's the Bahrain International Turf Series has sort of really come to the fore. Obviously, in November as well, you attract some really good horses, talented horses. You know, that's become a big part of the calendar and of the global calendar, and. Obviously, we were very fortunate to come across Economics as well, which we obviously raced in England, Ireland and France, and getting the chance to ride for Sheikh Issa on such an exceptional horse was brilliant, and you know, it probably really solidified the standing of Bahrain racing stepping up. And then this year, obviously, I was fortunate enough to ride Sheikh Nasser, a Group 1 winner as well. So
yes.
Yeah, very interlinked with Bahrain now, and yeah, enjoying it. So it's amazing to see the meetings seem to get busier and busier every year.
Well, yeah, you know, I remember interviewing you here a couple of years ago when racing was ostensibly in the daytime, because suddenly you come back after a summer away and they've illuminated the place, extraordinary floodlights done in no time whatsoever, and it adds to the real sort of sporting theatre, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and I think it shows the general attitude towards the racing here. They want to take things. Well, everybody wants to take things further, and you know, putting in the floodlights is a big step. Obviously, you know, the climate this time of year is okay, but it does enable the sort of lengthening of the season and things like that, and as well for training in the mornings. You know, it's seemingly everything about the Bahrain racing is taking things further, stepping it up a notch, and yeah, it's great to see that happening. Obviously, you've got some big names coming over and riding and stuff like that, and some talented horses too, and yeah, long may the rise continue.
Now, you're always here or wherever you go with purpose and the hope that you're going to have one or two winners. You never know. And in the context of the Turf Series races later, both in the colours of Sheikh Issa, you've got Intelligence in race 6, but then Westridge and Up the Pace are ones I really want to focus on.
Yeah, and look, Westridge is a really interesting horse. He obviously only had the one run here. Probably didn't have the run of things, albeit in a small field. He went slow, quickened up. He just got a slight knock on the way by the winner, and looked like having a run round on a sharp track here might have done him a bit of good and taught him a little bit about the place. Daniel and Claire have obviously sort of recently stepped into their new role and doing really well, and yeah. They're a horse that they're looking forward to, I know by the sound of it. So yeah, looking forward to hopping aboard him. He's a talent. You know, he's already shown he's a talented horse, but hopefully tonight can be the start of his Bahrain career.
What do you think about Up the Pace, given the setup today?
Yeah, look, interesting horse again, another import. Obviously, thought he looked like one of those sort of gritty, grinding types at 7, but it's a fast track here, yeah. And I thought if he could tag on early and stay within his comfort zone, he'd have a right chance. Whether they're a little bit sharp early doors, there might possibly be that, but again, a horse that's shown well at home, and hopefully was well bought for out here.
Yes, and it's the Crown Prince's Cup Festival. Just lastly, I want to ask about the big race ride tomorrow. You've mentioned Dan and Claire Kubler, and it's Cracks King.
I'm not aboard him tomorrow. No, Ibrahim's obviously been stable jockey over here, and you know, it's a super tricky one. Obviously, you know, they've got Ibrahim working every morning, and he's doing a great job winning on lots of horses. Yeah. He's got an exceptional strike rate this year so far. I think he's nearly at 30%. So obviously, I'd love to be riding him. I've won on him in England and here, sort of a couple of years ago now. But I think, yeah, he's a massive chance for Sheikh Issa to hopefully win the big one, and it looks a very competitive race.
It does, doesn't it?
so he'll have to be at his best. But yeah, he's definitely not without a chance.
Can I have a quick word on, do you know much about South China Sea and the Derby? Or
yeah, looking forward to him.
The vibes have been quite good.
Yeah, and he's been impressive. Like just obviously from watching him, he just looks like the last couple of times he's won, he's just stepped in and won his race in sort of 3 or 4 strides, and then after that he's kind of coasted home. And yeah, tomorrow will be his biggest test for sure, and the distance might be the question mark, I suppose. But I know, again, speaking to Dan and Claire earlier on, they were very excited about him tomorrow, and yeah, be nice to knock in a big one over the next couple of days.
Good stuff. Big 24 hours ahead. Tom, thank you very much indeed, and good luck. I hope we're speaking to you as a winner.
With a bit of luck.
That's Tom Markins, who's got a big couple of rides over the next 2 days. Our third race is not too far away, and with the details, here's Darren.
Thanks, Nick. The runners are making their way to the start for race 3, the Investcorp Cup. It's over 2,400 metres for the imported thoroughbreds. 1 is Tartan Chief Jason Hart. 2, Bleak Stefan Lejage. 3 is Knight of Honour Neil Callan. 4 is Signalman Hussein Maki. 5, Malachi Marcial Horas. 6, Young Ireland Connor Beasley. 7, Refreshment, partnered by Ray Dawson. And 8, Nepal Rosie Jessup. So let's take a look at the horses, and number 1 in the paddock, Tartan Chief, needs no introduction. A horse has won 6 times and a regular around this circuit, a winner here in April. Had only the 1 start so far this season, but was well held on that occasion. That's Tartan Chief number 1. Number 8 is Nepal for George Scott. Rosie Jessup takes the ride. This will be one of the long shots in this race. Ran over 2,000 metres last time and was well beaten, finishing 8th of 12 behind Batsford Boy. This is Malachi. Number 5, Malachi, has already scored this winter, winning over 2,000 metres, and a really fruitful campaign last season here in the Kingdom, winning 3 times. And down at the start, Signalman, a winner in February, and that was over this trip of 2,400 metres. Ran over a mile last time, finished last, well beaten by Phantom Flights. And there is shot in the dark blue and yellow. That's Bleak. Number 2, Stefan Lejage in the saddle. Ran behind Nesthorn. That was in the Surf Series race in December. Was a winner over 2,400 metres in early April. That's Bleak, number 2. Picking up on Knight of Honour there in the first colours. Al Mohammedia Racing, just seen Knight of Honour going out of shot in the white cap. Neil Callan takes the ride. Was in good form, this horse, last winter, last season, winning a couple of times in February. That's number 3, Knight of Honour.
Good race this. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. We're stepping up yet further in trips to the 2,400 metres. Get the thoughts of Meg Nichols alongside some very well-established horses and some very popular names on show. Who's your first port of call when looking at this?
I think I'm going to go with Malachi here, number 5. He returned on his seasonal reappearance with a good victory. That was over the 2,000, and I actually think you could argue he's a better horse over further, so he could well improve a good bit from that. I thought he had another massive chance. He looked a picture in the parade ring beforehand as well, and he's been given a nice bit of time. That was on the 21st of November. We haven't seen him since. He's been given a bit of time before today and clearly goes pretty well fresh. So I thought that Malachi had a pretty solid chance this evening.
On the international markets, horses 6 and 7, Young Ireland and Refreshment, couple for Jabba Ramadan, well, they sound like the most popular duo as regards to the market. Young Ireland, Turf Series player in years gone by, he ran in the International Trophy actually last season, was 3rd last time, and Refreshment, 2nd start out here, formerly Irish trained and useful in Ireland. Interesting dynamic, really.
Yeah, Refreshment would probably be my pick of those two mentioned. He went very nicely on his Bahrain debut, finishing second, not beaten too far. That was over the 2,000, steps up in trip. He has got to prove his stamina, but he's ran over a little bit further back in Ireland previously and has gone nicely. Young Ireland, I wasn't totally convinced he would stay this trip. He's definitely got to prove that to me. He probably looks best in and around 2,000.
Yep.
What about the Al Hamadia racing horses? Because we've got Tartan Chief, who definitely needed his reappearance run, looked to have got pretty tired, but could take a big step forward for that. And Knight of Honor as well, a bit below his best on return, but he could take a step forward up in trip 2.
Nicely summed up. Here we go. Let's find out, Darren.
Last one's going in for the Investcorp Cup. It's over 2,400 metres. They're all in. They're off. 2,400 of the journey in front of them, and the signalman dropped out last, and one of the first ones away was Tartan Chief, with Nepal out wide, Malachi up along the inside as they form their early order, and Nepal is the one taking off as they scurry towards the first turn. Tartan Chief's back in second place, with Young Ireland posted 3 wide. Knight of Honor between horses, Malachi runs the rail, Bleak is next, chased by Refreshment, and Signalman is last of all as they swing right-handed going down the side. Rosie Jessup and Nepal go about 8 to 10 lengths clear of this field, with Tartan Chief holding second spot. Young Ireland, Malachi and Knight of Honor next, followed by Bleak in the blue and yellow, Refreshment, Black Cap, and the signalman is put to sleep at the back by Hussein Maki. Going towards the turn into the back straight, and it is still Nepal well ahead. Second place, Tartan Chief, 3 lengths in advance of Young Ireland. Malachi red and white jacket, the white cap, white sleeves of Knight of Honor. Bleak is just in behind as they settle down to go down the far side of the course. Refreshment still sitting second last, with Signalman the back marker, but it's Nepal with a healthy advantage. Nepal 8 lengths in advance of Tartan Chief. Break of 3 to Young Ireland, followed by Malachi, Knight of Honor and Bleak. Refreshment, Ray Dawson still in second last spot, and Signalman is in the guards van with less than 1,000 metres to go. It's Nepal in front. Nepal still about 8 lengths ahead as they leave the back straight. Tartan Chief, the grey, holds second spot. Young Ireland just being stoked up there to the outside of Malachi. Knight of Honor and Bleak follow. Refreshment and Signalman are comparing notes as they head towards the final turn. Just over 600 to go, and it is Nepal in front for Rosie Jessup, and once again lengthens that lead, extends the lead to about 15 lengths heading down the straight. Nepal has taken this race by the scruff of the neck. Second place now belongs to Knight of Honor. Down the outside, black sleeve, black cap of Refreshment, then Young Ireland, followed by Signalman, heading down towards the final 300. It's a question of now whether Nepal can keep going. 200 to go. Nepal in front, about 5 or 6 lengths from Knight of Honor, Refreshment, Signalman and Bleak. 150 to go. It is still Nepal. The lead is 3 lengths. Refreshment is staying on down the outside of Knight of Honor. Rosie Jessup needs the line and gets there with Nepal. Some ride. Nepal the winner. Refreshment, Knight of Honor and Bleak all together ahead of Signalman, and they're well ahead of Malachi and Young Ireland, and coming in last, a long last, Tartan Chief. What a ride. Rosie Jessup and Nepal really took off in the early strides, and then just had that lead slightly reduced down the back, but swinging in, kicked off the turn with 600 to go. And you just thought, there was one stage you just thought, well, is Nepal going to start treading water? No such worries in the end. Nepal has kept going for George Scott, Rosie Jessup, and JPS and Sarah Harrison Lamb. Nepal the winner. Second place goes to Refreshment. In third, looks so clinging on for third, was number 3, Knight of Honor. Rosie Jessup, George Scott, Nepal the winner of the Investcorp Cup, our third race. And that was some way to win a horse race.
Yeah, wasn't it just? Jockey had the plan and the horse executed that absolutely perfectly under Rosie Jessup. I think it's the case they got after her. They were in chase, but she built up such a lead and was able to sustain just about those kind of fractions that she was setting for a good deal of that home straight. And that was the difference maker. Moment of inspiration, enterprise, call it whatever. Well done, Rosie Jessup.
Yeah, I mean, Rosie's a huge part of the team for George Scott over here, isn't she? And, you know, George does like to support her with some rides as well, and she rewards him with some winners. I mean, this horse is not the most straightforward. He's quirky, he carries his head quite high, he's not always the most agile around the bend, but Rosie has really made up his mind from the start and set some pretty honest fractions, and you sort of were concerned that maybe he was going to get caught late on and fall in a little bit of a hole, but she's managed to get it just about spot on and really got a great tune out of him. Carrying a light weight, but Rosie, despite being light, she's strong, as you say.
Very.
And, you know, she's done a great job here of managing this horse who is not the most straightforward. That will mean a lot to her and the team. As I say, a big part of it. And another winner for George Scott over here.
It's courage and the conviction as well, because you know, we weren't fully convinced necessarily that she was going to be able to execute it all the way through, but she knew what was going on. Right, well done, Rosie Jessup. Let's hear from her now with Ali.
Yes, well done, Rosie Jessup. The trainer just called you a legend. Talk me through that race.
He's not the most straightforward of horses. He doesn't try very hard. So we decided to go forward on him today. Just try and keep a little bit in hand all the way. And the top of the hill, he thought, I want to run today. And we never saw anyone else.
He gave you that feeling today. Were you worried? Could you see how far they were behind you?
I couldn't see anyone, couldn't hear anyone, but I was riding my own race, riding to my instructions, and we were good.
And what does it mean to win for the team? You're an integral part of George Scott's team.
Absolutely amazing. You know, I'm so honoured to be part of such a great team. Kathleen's been riding this boy every day. She's done a fantastic job with him. You know, so all the girls, and Poppy when she was here before. And I'm so delighted to get another team, you know, winner for the team back at home as well.
And great to have the opportunity as well.
Absolutely, you know, I'm absolutely honoured and trusted that George puts me on and we get the job done.
Enjoy the reception you're going to get when you go back into the winners enclosure then. A big race win for Rosie Jessup on board Nepal for George Scott.
She's got Athan to come a little bit later in the first of our Turf Series races, the Anchorman Cup. That'll give her full confidence. And it was just interesting just to sort of extend on what you were saying about the horse perhaps not being the most genuine completely, but at the same time they made up his mind out there. And she said it was obviously down the back when he thought, I'm going to run today.
Yeah, he was just really enjoying himself out there. Got into a good stride, good rhythm, and was just tanking along. And actually, I think he probably quite enjoyed feeling as if he was in control of the race. I did slightly worry when Rosie pressed the button and asked him to then go and win his race, that he put his head up a little bit and he just looked a little bit tricky. You can see here, coming into the 400, Rosie's gone, right, come on then, let's put this race to bed. Just look at him, his head comes up and to the side slightly and he's just thinking, oh, do I really want to go through with it? But Rosie by then had got a lead that was not for catching. She nipped value lengths off of the home turn, and as you say, a strong left-hand drive under Rosie Jessup there has managed to just be enough to hold on by a length or so. You know, you had to question, does this horse stay? They rode him as if he would. There was clearly no doubt in the team's mind about the stamina. It was just whether he really fancied it, and off the front end, managed to get it done.
It would seem obvious to say in hindsight, because she's gone and won the race from the front, and I'm not going to say caught the others napping, but should they have gone after her sooner than they did?
To be honest, watching it, I thought there's no way he can keep going. It was strong fractions that were being set. His stamina was a question mark, and really, as Rosie was saying, you'd question whether he would want to stay in front all that time on his own as well. So I don't think you can say the other jockeys should have chased him. The fractions were strong. I just think she's stolen it. It's one of those things.
I don't think they'd do much different next time round, because I think they'd probably 9 times out of 10 take the view, as you said, he's probably gone too hard and is going to fall in a hole. Anyway, she didn't. She's a legend according to the trainer. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was standing with George during the race, and for the start, the first turn, you went, oh gosh, she's gone too far. But suddenly it dawned on you that she had a decent lead coming into the home straight. That was always the plan, I presume.
Well, look, Rosie was brilliant there. To be honest, the plan was hatched by Gary and Billy, who own the horse back in England, and we just said, like, let's just let him loose. He's got a lightweight, but I mean, you can never preempt something like that. And all credit to Rosie and Kathleen and Cheryl, who have done a great job sweetening him up, because he's been really disappointing up until then.
And as a trainer, how much satisfaction does it give you winning with a horse like this, who you said is tricky?
Well, you know, as a trainer, like, that is a pretty unique moment for Rosie, because like we've had a lot of good horses here over the last few years, and they've been very consistent, and Rosie's ridden all of them, to be honest. So it's nice to be able to give her something back. And you know, she's had 2 rides for me this season. She's won on both of them. So in that sense, it was fun. And you know, Nepal, he's got ability, but things haven't quite gone right for him. So he deserved a clean shot at it.
And you've got some big runners in the Turf Series coming up a bit later. Talk me through your Wave Rider and Blue Day.
Yeah, sure. Well, Wave Rider is a beautiful horse. You know, we bought him at the Horses in Training, and we thought he might suit the job out here. He's been a little bit tricky just to get into a rhythm, but in the last 10 days or so, he's settled into it nicely. He's drawn 15 of 15, so I'll just have to leave that up to Callum, and maybe she can have a chat with Rosie. He can have a chat with Rosie. And Blue Day won again the last day. He's got to step up in grade today. There's loads of pace on, strong headwind. He's a horse that likes to come from off it. He's got pace right around him. So he'd definitely be closing Blue Day and see if he's got the quality to win.
Good luck with those 2 later, but enjoy this victory.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
Trophy presentation time for the Investcorp Cup, and we're delighted to welcome Mr. Khalid Rashid Al-Zayani, the Vice Chairman of Investcorp, to present this trophy. Well done to our winners then, winning connections of Nepal, our winning trainer George Scott, of course, our winning jockey Rosie Jessup, and Nepal running in the colours of JPS and Sarah Harrison Lamb. Nepal, the winner of the Investcorp Cup.
George, please, in the middle.
Thanks, guys.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So let's take in the official results of our 3rd race, the Investcorp Cup. Winner there for the legend, that is Rosie Jessup. Number 8, Nepal, the winner. Second, number 7, Refreshment. Third, number 3, Knight of Honor. Fourth, number 2, Bleak. And fifth was number 4, Signalman. The distances 1 3/4 lengths and half a length. That's 1 3/4 lengths and half a length. The official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 30. That's 30.64. 2 minutes 30.64. That result is official, and they've weighed in for race 3.
You'll see over our shoulder that horses are approaching or have come into the parade ring ahead of our next race. You'll also see been joined by a young man who's not even 20, but record breaker extraordinaire, Billy Loughnane, the rise and rise of. 2025, Billy, was just the most incredible year from start to finish, practically all the way through for you. You know, just taking a moment now to reflect on what you did last year. Hello, by the way. How special was that?
Yeah, it was a great year. I'm very lucky to be supported by a lot of good trainers, which makes my job a lot easier. And yeah, a year to look back on and hopefully try and better it this year.
I understand that the microphone's ever so low. I think we're just sort of battling ever so slightly with the ambient sound here, so thank you very much for raising that. You started the year in Australia, and yet by the end you had done what no British rider had done prior, which is to get 222 in a calendar year. I mean, that is extraordinary, to set yourself that target and yet give yourself or give everyone else a flying start to begin with.
Yeah, I'm very lucky. As I say, I ride for a lot of good people. My agent does a super job, Tony Hind. Yeah. He's obviously one of the best in the business, and having the support is all it takes, and I'm lucky to partner some great horses.
When it comes to the international side of things, you had your first Group 1. We've seen you riding, and you're riding, of course, tomorrow across the Gulf over in Dubai. How's your relationship been like with Bahrain as it's developed? You've not been seen here that much over the last couple of years.
No, I was here a couple of times early on last year, sort of crossbar challenge, really. I haven't yet had a winner here. A few seconds and thirds, so hopefully we can tick it off this evening.
Okay. What chances have you got? We're looking at, you've got Spangled Mac to come a little bit later on, Vestigia, I think, as well. Sporting chances in competitive races?
Yeah, as you say, they've all got sort of each-way chances. Need a little bit of luck, as you know, around here. It's a course that takes a bit of knowing, but they've all got good chances, and fingers crossed we can get away.
What do you think? How would you describe the racing setup out here for people who wouldn't be as familiar?
Yeah, it's obviously, they always got a good gallop. 9 times out of 10 you get a genuine gallop, which suits, and it's a very fair track. There's a lot of time, obviously, when you turn into the straight, so it can suit hold up or horses on the speed.
And when you were coming here, I think you rode here back at the end of 2023, and it was an afternoon race setup. What was it like when you first came back and saw, oh, hang on a minute, floodlights are there, and this pretty incredible theatre for racing was set up? Yeah,
it's evolving every year, and it's good to see. It's good that the Middle Eastern racing is great and it's competitive, and as you say, big fields running this evening. So no, it's nice, and everyone here does a fantastic job.
Last night you were riding right up to the wire, if you will, as late as possible, probably before coming across at Kempton. As said, tomorrow you go across to Dubai. We're getting towards the end of January, but considering what happened in 2025, Billy, what do you think you'd like to achieve in this calendar year?
It's going to be hard to top last year. I definitely want to try and hopefully ride a Group 1 winner in England. That's sort of on my mind to do. I was very lucky to partner Rebels last year, who's obviously a great horse, but I'm keen to get a Group 1 in England and then hopefully throw my hat in the ring at the championship. But
because you are, like I said, is it March you'll be 20, or certainly not for a couple of months or so? Are you very much of the opinion that you don't need to throw yourself at it just yet because you're so young, or because you've got that momentum built from last year, why not go for that title as soon as possible?
Try and ride a winner on every horse I get on, and I think that's the sort of mentality to keep going. Just keep trying riding winners, and if you do that, the winners hopefully will add up. They will,
and you won't mind me saying, I remember being at Newmarket, the July course, when I've never seen it before, and I don't think I've seen it since, when you had your own fan club cheering Billy Loughnane, and giving you the big one. That side of things as well, for all that a lot of people might see it's a bit of a gimmick or it's a bit of harmless fun, it can't hurt, can it? Have you quite enjoyed building that as it's gone through and carving out the Billy Loughnane colt?
Yeah, for sure. As you say, it's good that people are interested, and obviously that evening in Newmarket it was great to see something a little bit different at the races, and a lot of people getting behind it, which is great. And I think, as you say, harmless fun.
It'd be lovely if somebody did that here a little bit later, when you hopefully can tick off Bahrain as a winning racecourse for you. Look, thank you very much indeed, Billy. Great to see you. Well done last year, and hopefully more of the same this year.
Thank you very much.
Billy Loughnane, who's got rides still to come tonight, or has got rides to come in the Turf Series a little bit later. Next race not too far away. Let's join Darren with the details.
Thanks, Nick. Race 4 coming up is the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. This is the field. 1, Call of Duty, Lee Newman. 2, Ez Al Bahrain, Ibrahim Nada. 3, Asaf, Lewis Edmonds. 4, Mr. Dollar, Jason Hart. 5, Pisces, Mark Lawson. 6 is Ganadil, Callum Shepherd. 7, Injazat, Ed Greatrix. 8, Lady Hurricane, Luciano Emmanuel Cabrera. 9 is Miad, Neil Callan. 10 is Rasash, and Rasash partnered by Marcel Juras. 11, Sahir Hussein Maki. 12, El Basma, Benoit de la Sayet. 13, Anwar Hassan Al Safa. 14, Jadwar Abdullah Al Hawaj. 15 is Talca, partnered by Mohammed Hassan. 16, Wardar Case Al Busaidi. 17, Princess Den Sandro Peva. 18, San Diego Stefan Lajaj. Note number 19 is a non-runner. So let's take a look at the horses. Call of Duty is the hot favourite on the international market, and this horse was an easy winner back in December, winning by a convincing 8 1/4 lengths. Call of Duty number 1. Picking up on Es Al Bahrain, another one that's a leading light on the international markets. This horse won on Boxing Day over the straight 1200 metres. Ran over the straight 12 last time. Length and a quarter off Luna. Back up in trip here. Blue Jacket of Asaf, Lewis Edmonds, looking for another winner in these colours, and this horse was a winner over the mile, 1600 metres, 2 outings back, and over the same trip a couple of weeks ago, chased home the talented South China Sea. Number 4, Mr. Dollar, white cap, white sleeves of Al Mohammedia Racing. Jason Hart takes the ride. Ran on Boxing Day, and that was over the 1800 metres, was a length and a half runner-up behind Sishan. Winner of 1, Mr. Dollar. There is Pisces, one of the outsiders. Mark Lawson takes the ride, was well held behind South China Sea last time. Number 6, Blue Jacket of Ganadil for Robert Medal and Callum Shepherd was third, beaten 6 lengths in that race won by South China Sea over the mile. Finished third behind the same horse the time before, and had some time off, this horse, Gas Ganadil. Injazat is number 7, one of the outsiders, finished in mid-division in the race won by South China Sea a few weeks ago. That's Injazat. Already down at the start is a Lady Hurricane for the stable of Paul Smith. Was a long way behind a Luna earlier on in the month. So 2 starts so far this season. Was 7 lengths 4th behind Barak the time before. Winner of 1, Lady Hurricane. Miad, number 9, that's the grey, red cap, red sleeves. Neil Callan in the saddle. Was 7th of 17 in the race won by Zoman recently. That is Miad. Let's have a look at number 18. This is San Diego, one of a few horses in this field, still looking for that first win. Was third earlier on in the month behind Sharifa. Only beaten 3 lengths, so a bit of promise from the filly. That is San Diego. 11, one of the outsiders, Zahir, beaten an awful long way in 1 career start so far this season. That's Zahir, number 11. This is Wardar, number 16, in the green and black quartered jacket, and Wardar would be another outsider. Was beaten 16 lengths over the mile last time in the race won by South China Sea. Still a maiden. Yellow cap there on number 13, that's Anwar, one of 2 Anwar thoroughbreds running at this meeting. Was third behind Zoman last time. Overall wasn't a bad effort, so that was over 2,000 metres. Would actually be one of the outsiders though, that's Anwar.
So we move on to the fourth race on the card, 1400 metres, as we drop pretty sharply in trip from where we were certainly the last hour or so. Market interesting internationally, Meg Nichols alongside. It seems to concentrate really around a horse who got off the mark last time, Call of Duty, the top horse.
Yeah, Call of Duty well fancied here and would actually be my selection as well. Rather boring, but well drawn in stall 4.
Yep.
This horse got off the mark last time, albeit over the 1200 metres. It was round the bend, so we know that he handled that. But I don't have any problem with him stepping back up in distance to the 1400. Looking well there, as you can see. Lee Newman on board, who was in the saddle last time as well, knows the horse inside and out. And I just think that he is the one that they have got to beat.
Number of them have got form with South China Sea, who we're going to see tomorrow in the Derby. I think at least half a dozen of them have, to different degrees of positivity. Tom Marquand, who has got the ride on that potentially star horse tomorrow, certainly wouldn't have put you off based on what he knows about the horse. Now, chiefly, I think Asaf represents that form under Lewis Edmonds for Abdullah Kuwaiti. They've had a winner already. I could see this one going well, number 3.
Yeah, Asaf was probably my second pick here. Lewis Edmonds already on the winners this evening, looking for a double. And this horse is one that steps down in distance. So I would imagine Lewis will try to be pretty positive aboard this horse. As you say, the form, which goes to say with a few of these, links in with South China Sea, beaten by that horse a couple of lengths last time. But Asaf wasn't disgraced by any means at all, and as I say, does step back down slightly in distance this evening.
Yep.
And my third pick would be the mare number 6, Ghana Deal, who also has that form with South China Sea too, was actually in behind Asaf last time, so they have met previously. But again, doesn't worry me too much about the step back down in distance. I don't think there'll be an awful lot between these two this time around, but I believe they both have to beat Call of Duty this evening.
Yeah, it could be a real old form boost going into the Bahrain Derby tomorrow evening. Looking forward to that race. We've got the Bahrain Oaks as well in this star-studded weekend for the Crown Prince's Cup 2026, and the action is just hotting up all the time. Good race, this one. We're going to see Zeal in those colours tomorrow. Horse number 12, who's just heading in, that being El Basma. As Al Bahrain can go well, and Ibrahim Nada was only a length and a quarter behind Luna last time, and I think that's pretty strong form. So one or two of these have boxed clever with much better animals, and perhaps are in slightly calmer waters here. I'll say the last few going forward. We've still got half a dozen or so to go forward. So any final notes before we hand up to Darren?
San Diego, of the bigger prices and of the maidens, was one that caught my eye in the paddock. A big, strong, imposing filly who ran nicely, as Darren was saying, on her debut and finishing third, stepping up in trip and experience. She may well build on that. Yes,
she's got far fewer convictions than plenty of those, and ran that creditable third on debut 3 weeks ago. Right, Darren, I'm thinking it's not too much of a hospital pass. We've still got 3 to go. Let's join up with you.
Thanks, Nick. So last the runners going in for the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup is over the 1400 metre trip. And still out of line, we've got the favourite on the international markets, Call of Duty. Lady Hurricane is another one to go in. And also out of line is Pisces. So last one's going in. As we home in on the starting stalls. Stall 14 to be occupied by Pisces. And that's it, they're all in. And they're off. Wardar a little bit slow to go. Injazat bustled along early, and it is Ez Al Bahrain who breaks the line. The keen-going Lady Hurricane, Princess Den, and Ghana Deal, they're all well to the fore. To the wide outside, Yellow Cap of Anwar, Mr. Dollar, and Miad are also prominent. But it is Lady Hurricane who's got the lead. Lady Hurricane in front, only just though from Rashash on the outside, and Rashash now taking over from Lady Hurricane. Saddle looks to have slipped a fraction there there on Lady Hurricane. Anwar to the wide outside of Miad, then Mr. Dollar, Call of Duty, Ez Al Bahrain, Princess 10. El Basma, Ganadir, light blue jacket to the inside. Jadwa, black cap is out wide. And then further back to Asaf, chased by Pisces and San Diego, Wardar, and Injazat is the one trailing the tails and totally outpaced. Lady Hurricane in front. Lady Hurricane, Miad looking very awkward there, and Rashash has been hampered and unseated the rider. Call of Duty's coming with a run. Ez Al Bahrain's got every chance and hits the front now. It is Ez Al Bahrain going on, 300 out. Here comes Call of Duty to the outside. Miad between horses. Lady Hurricane is further back from Mr. Dollar. Asaf hasn't landed a blow. Ez Al Bahrain and Call of Duty, those two are now tussling for the lead. Inside the last 100 yards, could go any way. Call of Duty and Ez Al Bahrain. Ez Al Bahrain far side, Call of Duty near side. Ez Al Bahrain has won it from Call of Duty. Asaf has joined Miad on the line for third, and just in behind them was Pisces. So a bit of drama as well in the home straight. Looking down the home straight, I can tell you that Rashash's jockey, Marcel Horace, is on his feet. So that's the good news. So, winner, that is Ez Al Bahrain. Very game performance. Ibrahim Nada, the top jockey this season, the reigning champ. This horse has galloped on in game fashion to score for the second time this season. Let's pick up the closing stages now. Call of Duty has come there with a big effort in the hands of Lee Newman. The Ez Al Bahrain, they're just stuck to his task and really did knuckle down towards the finish. And Ez Al Bahrain has won it from Call of Duty. Look at Asaf flashing home. Probably takes third place from Miad in fourth and Pisces in fifth. So those provisional numbers would be 2, 1, 3, 9 and 5. 2, 1, 3, 9, 5, the provisional numbers. Ez Al Bahrain for Ahmed Al Sada, Ibrahim Nada, Al Jazmi Stable, the winner of the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup.
Yeah, he's all smiles, and as well he might be. A man who farms winners in these parts. Well done to Ibrahim Nada aboard Ez Al Bahrain, who rather had the door left open by Call of Duty down in the middle of the track. Had that rail on the far side and duly won. Let's hear from the winning rider.
Well done, Ibrahim. How much did that rail help you in the end?
Yeah, I got a good gate. I had a good lead till the straight line. I went through the gap, but there is a horse from the outside came to close the gap, but I went through too fast, and I think I had a clear run at the straight. That's what's helped me, and the rail, I think it helped me a lot as well.
He really digging deep for you as well when it needed it.
Yeah, the horse came and passed him from the outside, but last half furlong again he came and fight back, and he won the race.
Big couple of days for you. Nice to get in the winners' enclosure early doors.
Yeah, I have a good chances, good horses. I have at the Oaks race, Evergreen, and tomorrow we have a good horses, so hopefully we get some winners.
Looking forward to seeing you in action on Cracks King tomorrow in the big race. Well done, though, for getting in the winners' enclosure in this fourth race. Ez Al Bahrain providing Ibrahim Nada and Ahmed Al Sada victory in our fourth.
Yeah, he's all smiles. He's riding at maximum confidence. And there you go. Why wouldn't you be? With that latest success, he's got good horses still to come over the next 24 hours or so. Illustrating Cracks King as a big one later, tomorrow even. Right, let's show you what happened in that potentially extremely nasty from the inside incident involving horse 10 and Marcelino Llores, Rashash, who's just starting to pedal backwards through the field. Clips heels, comes down, but potentially extremely nasty incident avoided. There you go.
Yeah, as he's started to drop away and our leaders are starting to press on, the gap has ended up closing just a stride too soon, and obviously a case of clipping heels, and unfortunately down they came, but both look to be none the worse. As Ibrahim was saying, he got a clear run through and had that rail to help with a willing partner who, interesting, he said he felt as though he got headed by Call of Duty, but he managed to battle back to get up and win. So he has, Ez Al Bahrain has really have been tough to get back past Call of Duty if he was headed.
Do you think Call of Duty, rail aside, do you think Call of Duty just didn't fully want it and put it all the way in?
You could possibly question that, couldn't you? Especially if he's gone to win his race, hit the front, and then possibly pulled up slightly. I did sort of think that initially he was going to go to win by half a length or so, and then maybe didn't quite go by. But a winner with that visor on to help him concentrate, got that running rail as well to help. He's managed to knuckle back down, get his head on the line where it mattered, and it was another tight finish. We've been, you know, pretty sport this evening with some proper finishes and competitive racing so far. Big fields do give that to us as well, but the finishes have been exciting.
They have indeed. He's got Zeal to come tomorrow, and actually Zeal's rival Luna has had her form boosted courtesy of Ez Al Bahrain, who was in behind Luna last time, winning this race. Wouldn't necessarily think that Call of Duty had potentially dented any form by finishing a close-up second there. But Ez Al Bahrain, horse 2, beats horse 1 Call of Duty, and Asaf, who ran on for third. That's your 1, 2, 3 in our latest race this evening.
Yep. Trophy presentation time then for the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup. We welcome up Mr. Hussein Shirazi, the Managing Director of the sponsors Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre. Well done to Ease Al Bahrain and our winning trainer Ahmed Al Sada, our winning jockey Ibrahim Nada, and well done to the owners Al Jazmi Stable. Ease Al Bahrain, the winner of the Grand Seiko Bahrain Jewellery Centre Cup.
So the full result reads as follows. First, number 2, Ez Al Bahrain. Second, number 1, Call of Duty. Third, number 3, Asaf. Fourth, number 9, Miad. And fifth, number 5, Pisces. The distances ahead and 2 lengths. Ahead and 2 lengths. 1 minute 25.76. 1 minute 25.76, the official time of the winning horse. Now just notice, I rather like the white dicky bow on the colours of Al Jazmi stable. Rather fetching. Ez Al Bahrain, the winner of race 4.
And the trophy presentation ongoing. You can see there in the foreground, Ibrahim Nada. He's just walking away, having had a winner. Love that bow tie. He's not the only jockey to have had a winner tonight. Seamless link. Rosie Jessup, fresh from an absolute belter on Nepal. I mean, how satisfying is it when you clearly go out with a game plan, and you talked about what kind of a horse that is, in between the ears, and it gets, so emphatically well utilised?
It does. He's not the most straightforward of horses, as we've seen from his previous couple of runs here. I think the last day you can scratch that run with the interference. All the way along the back straight, I thought he was actually going to pull up with me. And then at the top of the hill, when he hit the 4-pole, he decided it was game on and he was running away.
And you were saying to Ali, here we go, look, I don't know how many times you've watched this back over in the weighing room. It's only been a few minutes since it. First time, there you are. So, I mean, at this point, you can't sense anything in behind you, how close or not they are?
Not really. I mean, the trouble with this track is they can come out of absolutely nowhere. Even, if you think you're miles clear. And I did take a little look over my shoulder just there, just to think, where are they? And obviously they are still hunting me down, and they always finish here behind. So you're always lucky to do the donkey work out in front and still hold on.
Are you never satisfied until you've actually crossed the post?
Never. Always ride past it.
I mean, we've seen some horror stories about people that probably, thought they've done enough and whatnot. So
absolutely.
I guess it just, keep going until the job's done.
Yes, definitely. Especially with him, like I say, he's sort of wanting to pull up most of the way around there, and he's not the most enthusiastic horse. So yeah, definitely do not stop riding a stride before. And
this, of course, for George Scott, is a great friend, a great professional ally as well. There you go, some lovely shots. I mean, how satisfying is it, therefore, for you to be doing that and being executing your craft for someone that you hold dear as a friend as well?
It's amazing. I'm always honoured, from the first year that George came out here.
Yeah.
Even with his first horse that he let me ride at the races.
Which was that?
Oh, my mind. Jack.
Right.
Mine's gone blank.
Okay.
And every year that they come back, he brings more horses, he brings stronger horses, and he has such a great game plan. And to be able to execute that purely from training, majority of it over the phone, from our feedback, from the girls that work, super hard in the stable as well, and on the ground, and the other rider that we have this year, Kathleen. It all comes into play, and just to be able to have the chance as well on race day is, it's an honour, and you're riding for, such a nice stable as well, and everyone appreciates it.
And it's remarkable that it's 2 years now since the season of seasons for George, and a big part yourself being conditioning Isle of Jura back home, who was this massive horse, to anyone who didn't remember him, massive talent as well. And he, this day 2 years ago, kicked off the start of the legendary Triple Crown win, which was the most remarkable journey, wasn't it?
It was. Like you say, he was a huge horse, so I was a pea on a drum every day. But he was a horse that spoke very loudly. He was a big communicator, so, as a horseman, that's fantastic for us, just going out each day and listening to him, what he wanted, how he was every day, his mannerisms, if anything changed in between races.
Really?
It was obviously, if we'll ever see that happen again, we don't know, because it's not an easy thing to do the Triple Crown. Yeah. But with a horse that's, like I say, he's a loud communicator. For my job, it felt easy.
was the best. He really was. How much of an emphasis did a huge horse like that, and you said you had to, you know, probably tailor things to his need, a huge horse like that, test the strength? I know you're a personal trainer as well, so, you know, was he a sort of unique example in ways?
He was, you know, he came out here every day. Luckily, he pricked his ears around the track every day, and he was just a professional. He came over sort of a big raw horse, and he really grew mentally and physically as we went on, which we obviously saw towards the end.
And lastly, that you've been here, you said it's over what, 5-6 years or so. What do you love about Bahrain?
I love it. It's everything about it, really. The people are so welcoming. The island is beautiful. You know, there's always things to do to keep busy. Just anything and everything about Bahrain. I can safely say I don't miss the UK. I've never been homesick. And here feels like home. It's a lovely place.
Perfect. Look, well done tonight, and you've got another ride later as well. Best of luck. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you
for
so
joining
much.
us. You'll see, of course, horses over our shoulders ahead of the next race. We're whizzing through this evening. Darren, let's get back to you.
Thanks, Nick. Moving on to race 5, the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. It's over the mile, 1,600 metres. 1, Alabra, Mark Lawson. 2, Atlantic Sky, Case Al Busaidi. 3, Gimme Shelter, Connor Beasley. 4, What Happens in Vegas, Basheen Orr. 5, Cosmo Goodspeed, Billy Lochnan. 6, Al-Manadi, Ibrahim Nada. 7th, 8th Avenue, Callum Shepherd. 8 is Lazarus Dream, Hussein Asghar. 9, Jaham, Jason Hart. 10, Mushtahid, Hassan Al-Safar. 11, another Anwar, Neil Callan. 12, Crypto Princess, Benoit de la Sayette. 13, Harbour Spirit, Hussein Maki. 14 is Carnegie Hall, Ray Dawson. 15, Flame Spirit, Mohammed Jamil. 16, Aviano, Marcelia Ores. 17, Lady Lynx, Ed Greatrix. And 18, Forbidden Land, Sandro Paiva. Note 19 and 20 are absentees. Take a look at the runners now in the paddock. Number 1, this is Alabra. Mark Lawson takes the ride on a horse who was a runner-up here last week, only beaten half a length in the race won by Neptunian over 1,200 metres. Big jump up in distance here. This is number 2, Atlantic Sky, and Atlantic Sky was 4th in mid-December over the 1,400 metres, well held, and ran before that over the mile, is some way off the winner Asimov that day. Atlantic Sky number 2. Number 3 is Gimme Shelter. And this Gimme Shelter was beaten a long way last time. Time before that was beaten 36 lengths. Really does need to find his feet here. Winner of 2 races, Gimme Shelter. 4 is What Happens in Vegas. Well beaten in the race won by Battyford Boy earlier on this month over 2,000 metres. Interesting drop in distance for a horse who's won 3 times. That's What Happens in Vegas. 5 is Cosmo Goodspeed, Billy Lochnan, looking for his first winner here in the Kingdom. I'm afraid this horse didn't beat a single rival last week. That's Cosmo Goodspeed. Number 8 is Lazarus Dream, Hussein Asghar in the saddle. Back in November, finished 2nd behind a Shield War. Wasn't a bad effort, being 3/4 length over 1,400. Dropped back in distance for the last 2 efforts. Now up in distance, goes from 1,200 to 1,600. That's Lazarus Dream. 9 is Jaham. This would be one of the horses prominent in the international markets, and there was a 4-length runner-up earlier on this month over 1,400. It was a runner-up over 2,000 the time before. That's Jaham. 10, Mujtahid, winner of 1 race, was in mid-division last week in the race won by Neptunian over the 1,200. This is 11, another version of Anwar, who won, beating Jaham by 4 lengths over 1,400 2 outings back. Last week, this horse was dropped back to the 1,200 on the round course and was 2nd to Neptunian. That's number 11, the favourite on the international markets, Anwar. 12 is Crypto Princess, winner of one race. That one win came in December, beat Jahan by a narrow margin. That was a neck over 2,000, was dropped back in trip last time, 1,400, goes back up to the mile here, not without a chance, Crypto Princess. 13, one of the outsiders, Harbour Spirit, was third, beat nearly 7 lengths over a mile and a half, 2,400 last time up. The 10-year-old now dropping back in distance by some way. 14, another outsider, Carnegie Hall, winner of one, needs to find some form though, was beaten a long way earlier on this month over 1,400. Another outsider is 15. This is Flame Spirit. Another horse has won one race. Ran in that race won by Anwar earlier on this month over 1,400. Was beaten 10 lengths. That's number 15, Flame Spirit. 16 is Aviano. Another long shot. Winner of 2 races in the past. Aviano ran in the race won by Anwar a few weeks ago. Was 7th of 18. Beaten just over 6 lengths. Would be another long shot in the international markets. Aviano 16. 17 is Lady Lynx. Now this horse ran earlier on in the month over the 1,800 metres, drops back to a mile. It was actually fairly prominent in the international markets, despite the fact that Lady Lynx has not won a race. That's number 17, Lady Lynx. And 18 is Forbidden Land, has won 5 times in the past. And I'm afraid there were more rivals in front than behind last week in the race won by Neptunian, over 1,200. That's Forbidden Land. Let's take a look at 8th Avenue, and I'd suggest that 8th Avenue is a real player here. That race won by Anwar seems to hold a bit of a key to this race. That was over 1,400 metres. 8th Avenue, this filly ran just over 4 lengths behind Anwar, finishing 3rd on that occasion earlier on in the month. Not without a chance. Callum Shepherd aboard. That's 8th Avenue, number 7. And here is number 6 on the horse walk, Al Manardi. Without winning, this horse has been running really well. Ran it 4th in that Anwar race. That was last time. Time before, ran over 2,000 metres and was only just behind one of today's runners, Crypto Princess, that day, beaten half a length, finishing 3rd behind Crypto Princess. Al Manardi has been running well, but still looking for that first win.
Right, horses on the way down for the fifth race, 7:30, the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. And there are 11 of these who are bred in Ireland. And there's extra importance. It might not even be for winning the race, but the best finishing Irish bred horse will receive, or the connections will, a €10,000 first prize. So, you know, you could finish second or third in the race, but still have a look back and see that the other Irish breds have been in behind you, and it's not a bad prize.
Yeah, it's a great initiative, isn't it? And, you know, we see a lot of these horses over here now being purchased from Tattersall's in Newmarket, but also over at the Horse in Training in Ireland as well.
Yep.
And, you know, the mixture of both has Irish bred horses being sold. They do so well over here, and for the ITM to be sponsoring, supporting Bahrain so well is really important for moving forward and for the quality to keep getting better. So yeah, great initiative here. 11 chances for connections to be trying to win that added bonus. My selection in here wouldn't, if winning, be collecting that bonus, as it is a British bred horse, Jarum, number 9.
Okay.
Who I think for the team, Fauzi Nas, Jason Hart on board, could have a really solid chance here. Tries a new trip, the 1600, which is about in the middle of what he's been running over recently. And of late, his last two efforts, although beaten, not beaten far, he's been second the last twice, and I feel like maybe this is the perfect trip to get the best out of him.
The international markets concentrate on a form line that actually involves Jamoir. Anwar coming out on top. I say Jaron, I should say. Anwar coming out on top. Now, she got off the mark in that race 2 starts ago. Yes, she's been beaten since, but I would argue that a replication of that run 2 starts back, that's a proper formful test in the context of this race, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a quick turnaround, though. You know, it's only, what, a week since we last saw her in action. She's stepping up now to the 1600 from last time, the 1200 meters. So she has got, I think she'll be better back up in trip, but for me, it's quite a quick turnaround. She has got to step it back up. Little bit tricky, they're loading into the stalls is number 7, 8th Avenue, whose Callum Shepherd is waiting inside the stalls for her to load. He will get back aboard once she has walked in, hopefully with no problems this time. There you go. So Callum will climb back aboard. Now she is in the gate. She's one that steps back up in trip, well, actually up in trip further. She has done her winning previously over the 1200, went back in the UK. So stamina to prove with her, but luckily Callum Shepherd is now aboard with no issue.
Yes. Just reminiscing about Isle of Jura earlier with Rosie Jessup, and of course the great ally up top in races that horse had was Callum Shepherd, who is, he's kind of Mr. Bahrain, really, isn't he? You do look at Callum and think him and Bahrain go hand in hand. Yeah, I mean, what a time he's had of things over here. You know, success repeatedly, season on season. He's rarely over here riding without a winner, and obviously that great relationship he has with George Scott and that team. As Rosie was saying when we spoke to her a minute ago, you spoke to her in the studio here, she was saying how much of a great team and effort it is, and Callum is obviously a huge part of that. And I think despite a couple of injuries that he's unfortunately had along the way, the last couple of seasons, he's just reached a whole new level. His ability, his riding ability has shone through, and on an international level he continues to be successful. A 30+% strike rate out here, which given the sample size and the amount of rides he's had, it really does stand up to the highest scrutiny. And I also know he will absolutely love if told that we were talking about him in such glowing terms. He's a great guy. Absolutely. He's a great guy. And you're quite right to say that somebody who has had such horrible luck with injuries and spent so many weeks, months out through different ailments, it'd be great to see him get a good run to show his talents. This is what he does out here and does so well. Right, last few going forward. The winner of the race is? I've gone number 9, Jarum. Jason Hart deserves a bit of luck after a bit of a torrid passage through on December earlier. But I know that Anwar, same ownership, Neil Callan probably had the pick here. He's gone for the filly. She has a good chance too. But Jarum out of stall 8 under Jason Hart, I think for me is just about the pick. 5 to go. Reminder of the action hotting up and hotting up big time. Come next race, which is race 6, the first of the classics, the Bahrain Oaks, where Wanisa will bid to confirm form with from the fillies that she raced against in the trial. Then we've got the 2 Turf Series races, the Anchorman Cup over 2,000 metres and the Hawar Cup down over 1,200. Massive prize money and rich competition on offer. Race 5 though, first up, and let's join Darren Owen for the call.
So out of line is Harbour Spirit. The blindfold is on Harbour Spirit for stalls entry. Flame Spirit's another one. This is Aviano in the blue jacket. 1.5 kilograms of overweight on number 16 Aviano, 2.5 overweight on number 15 Flame Spirit. This is Harbour Spirit then with the blindfold. And moves up into the stalls. 2 to go. Flame Spirit and Forbidden Land for the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup over 1,600 metres the mile. Last one's going in. Jarman is playing up in stall 8, settles down now. All in. Bit of a long hold from Carnegie Hall on the outside. And they're off, and Carnegie Hall's not with this lineup. Carnegie Hall is not with them. So the first to show is Mujtahid with Flame Spirit prominent, Crypto Princess up along the inside, Alabra and Aviano next. Black and white jacket of 8th Avenue is tracking the leaders, then Almanadi. Lazarus Dream doesn't see any cover at the moment, sees plenty of daylight. Gimme Shelter is to the inside, getting the cover with Lady Lynx. They're being followed by Jarham. Red Cap, White Sleeves is up against the inside. What happens in Vegas is further back from Forbidden Land, ahead of Cosmo Good Speed, and then Atlantic Sky and Harbour Spirit. Going towards the end of the back, it's Crypto Princess and Mujtahid. Those two from Lazarus Dream and Aviano, 8th Avenue. Just in behind them is Give Me Shelter with the red cap, followed by Flame Spirit and Alabra. They're being followed by Anwar in mid-division, just being shaken up from Forbidden Land. Almanadi's on the inside, then Lady Lynx, and with work to do is Jarham. They're homeward bound. It's Crypto Princess going to the 400-metre marker from Give Me Shelter and 8th Avenue. Almanadi, yellow and red jacket, is progressing on the inside. On the outer, Anwar's coming home really well with a rush as well. It's Give Me Shelter, Almanadi, Crypto Princess, and Anwar widest of all into the last 200. Almanadi over on the far side. Give Me Shelter between horses. Over the top is Anwar. It's Almanadi and Anwar. Almanadi at the moment seeing it out. Almanadi sees off Anwar. Back in third was Give Me Shelter. Atlantic Sky and Crypto Princess cross the line together in behind. So it is Almanadi the winner. For that man, Ibrahim Nada again. Almanadi gets off the mark. This is a horse who's been running really well without winning, but this is the first win for Almanadi. You've got to run up the inside. It's a brave route going up the inside, but Almanadi got that run up the inside. And here we see on the replay into the last 100 metres, Almanadi just mastering Give Me Shelter at this stage. The danger was Anwar to the outside, but Almanadi really did stick to his task to take the money. Looking in behind, Atlantic Sky has snatched 4th place, and back in 5th was Crypto Princess. So the provisional numbers there: 6, 11, 3 and 2, 6, 11, 3 and 2, 6 Almanadi the winner. Second was number 11 Anwar. Third, number 3 Give Me Shelter. Fourth, number 2 Atlantic Sky. Fifth, number 12 Crypto Princess. Almanadi, this gelded son of Hello Uzain, Osama Hashim trains. Ibrahim Nada riding another winner on the card. He is by far and away the season's leading jockey in terms of number of wins this season. Off the top of my head, I think it's 31 now he's on. Ibrahim Nada aboard Almanadi, the winner of the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. Almanadi, a French bred, I'm afraid, winning that one.
And let's have another word with Ibrahim Nada. Ibrahim, you celebrated that hard.
Yeah, he's a good horse. Yeah, the owner and trainer, they trust me a lot, so I'm happy to win for them. They always choose me first. They ask me to ride their horses, so I have to be happy for them.
You provided them with a winner. The door opened just at the right time on the rail.
Yeah, for sure. I came through the rail. I was waiting for the door to open for me, and it came at its time, so I'm lucky. I was lucky.
I have to say, what a season you're having. 2 wins tonight, but multiple wins on these big days.
Yeah, I'm riding a good horses, and I watch the races and go through the races, so I know what I'll do at the races. So that's helping a lot.
Well, congratulations, enjoy this one. The latest winner for Ibrahim Nada. Well done to Connections. Al Manardi winning the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup.
He's an outstanding talent, and he's a showman as well, Ibrahim Nada. And Ali just in conversation with the champion jockey there. Darren Owen going through the facts and stats as to just how far clear the reigning champ is in search of his second successive Jockey's Championship out here. It's a bit of a one-horse race. That was an exquisite ride, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's seriously talented. You know, last season was my first time out here in Bahrain, and I remember thinking, you know, he's great pilot, but
yeah,
you know, I think I've watched him more and more, and you just realise how little he does wrong. I mean, he was brave here, switching to go into the rail, waiting for the gap to open up, and ultimately by saving that bit of ground, that's been the difference in winning and losing here. He's held on by around about half length, maybe a neck, but that decisive move to switch to the rail was brave, but it was absolutely the right one. And my word, he is a very talented rider. I was just saying, I can't remember if I've ever recall him riding over in the Seiko Cup or events like that, but he needs to be snapped up. I mean, he's so far clear in the championship at the moment this season. His talent is shining through. He obviously gets the chances aboard big horses as well. You know, for example, the likes of Byline, who he's built a great relationship with, and winning on the big days, as Ali says. But yeah, his talents are really impressing me, actually, and he's a jockey I think we'll be seeing more of. And hopefully it's not just here. It would be great to see him over in Europe and traveling, you know, far and wide too, because I think he's absolutely capable of being very competitive at the top level all around the world.
He became, or made history by becoming the first local jockey, the Bahrain jockey, to ride in the Bahrain International Trophy. And he's just partnered Al Manardi to success, reversing the form with Anwar. But Anwar doesn't miss out altogether. You remember the pre-race, we notified you that the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup, the best finishing Irish-bred racehorse would receive €10,000. Well, clear best behind this French-bred Al Manardi was the second, Anwar, and scoops that €10,000 prize. So missed out on the race, but not bad consolation.
So we come to the trophy presentation for the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup, and delighted to have Mr. Andrew Kelly here representing the sponsors, Irish Thoroughbred Marketing. Well done to Connections of Al Manardi, the winner of this Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. Our winning trainer, Sama Hashim, our winning owners, Samir Racing, and our winning jockey, champion jockey, Ibrahim Nada. Al Manardi was the winner of the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. Irish Thoroughbred Marketing also provided a €10,000 cheque to the highest placed Irish bred, and that went to Anwar, who finished second in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Well done to Connections, and His Highness Sheikh Ali bin Mohammed Al Khalifa receiving the €10,000 cheque for Anwar, being the highest placed Irish bred in this, the fifth race, our Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup.
Full result of race 5, the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup, is as follows. First, number 6, Al Manardi. Second, number 11, Anwar. Third, number 3, Gimme Shelter. Fourth, number 2, Atlantic Sky. And fifth was number 12, Crypto Princess. The margins were a neck and 2.5 lengths. That's a neck and 2.5 lengths, and the official time winning horse 1 minute 35. That's 35.89. 1 minute 35.89. That result is official. They have weighed in for race 5.
Okay, moving on to the Bahrain Oaks, sponsored by Daha Studs, and it's for the fillies. It's race 6 and it's run over 1,800 metres. Number 1 is Anfal. Number 2 is Evergreen, under that man Ibrahim Nada, who looks for 3 on the day. 3 is Illuminate. 4 is Intelligence. We had Tom Markand here as a guest a little bit earlier on. Number 5 is Mind Your Manners. Perast is number 6, and Wanisa under Benoit de la Sayette, a big player it would seem. Let's go up to Darren for more.
So let's take a look at the field for the first classic of the season, the Bahrain Oaks, and it is over 1,800 metres. Number 1 is Anfal, and this is one of many in this lineup to have finished behind Wanisa. That run was on the 9th of this month. Still looking to break her duck. Anfal, one of the outsiders. This is number 3, Illuminate. Now, Illuminate was second in that race won by Wanisa. Has got a length and a half to find on that filly. Number 3, Illuminate. Number 4 is Intelligence. Was 6th of 8 in that famous Wanisa race. This horse did win over the straight 1,200 metres last spring. That's number 4, Intelligence. 5 is Mind Your Manners. 4th of 8 in the Wanisa race, was second time before that over 1,600 metres behind Capricornus. That's Mind Your Manners for Paul Smith, number 5. Number 6 is Peras, Stefan Lajage for Fauzi Nas. Winner of 1, finished 3rd of the 8 runners, beaten 4 3/4 lengths by Wanisa here. That was last time. That's number 6, Perast. And there is Wanisa. It's between Evergreen and Wanisa on the international markets. Wanisa, when the last look, was the second favourite. She's had 2 runs. 1 run last spring, was beaten an awful long way that day, but she's really did sort of come of age, if you like, in that lead-up race a few weeks ago, beating Illuminate and a number of these by a length and a half. That is number 7, Wanisa. And Evergreen was just shading favouritism when I last looked. Now, Evergreen is number 2 on the card for Daniel and Claire Kubler. Ibrahim Nada in the saddles. Only had the 1 start this winter. That was behind Sishan over the 1,800, and really did have a good start, a bright start to her career, winning a couple of times Evergreen last season. That is number 2, Evergreen.
Well, the last two runnings of the Bahrain Oaks have gone the way to MKR Racing, or Mohammed Khalid Abdurrahman, and with a hot fancy in this year's race is Wanisa, also running in those colours. Mohammed Ibrahim, your assistant to your father. How does Wanisa compare to your two previous winners?
I think we're entering this year the Oaks with the good chances as well, and as we did in past 2 years. Wanisa, she did nothing wrong. She won the Oaks trial. She doesn't have that much experience in racing. She's just today is third time out for her. She's facing big names. I would say she might be the second favorite after Evergreen. She did nothing wrong in her works. My dad is happy. The jockey happy, and we hope continue winning the Oaks for the owners.
Was it a surprise what she did in the trial?
It was not a surprise. We were expecting her to run good that day. Maybe it was a bit surprised the way that she won the race, but hopefully she can keep continuing the good work today.
She's got a nice draw in 3. How tactically versatile is she? Given there's only 7 runners, what would be the plan with her?
I think she's a filly that she likes to stay handy. The Kublers got 2 horses today, and Paul got 2 horses, so we can wait and see what the other's going to do, and she's going to do her own work today.
For our international audience, put this race into some sort of perspective, because we know you've travelled with Goman, so you're a big part of global racing. But the Bahrain Oaks and the Bahrain Derby, how big are they for local trainers?
The Bahrain Oaks and the Bahrain Derby, the Crown Prince Cup and the King's Cup, it means a lot, especially for us, especially for the owner and the breeder, Mr. Khalid Abdurrahim. I think like past 4 years, we are getting there all the years, so hopefully we can continue the good work for him as well.
No pressure, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, nicely summed up as we put into context the classics, the Derby tomorrow and the Bahrain Oaks there today, where we've got Benoit de la Sayette aboard a very well fancied horse indeed, who ostensibly is the one to beat off the back of that trial last time. For all that, I thought Illuminate might give her a run this time. But on what Wanisa did, should she be the one to beat?
Yeah, of course. I really think so. She was pretty impressive, wasn't she, last time? That was obviously over the same distance as tonight, and I just felt as though physically she looks as a filly that is going to keep improving. She's quite tall. I think she's probably getting stronger with every run.
Yep.
And you know, she's had a couple of weeks since she won the trial, and she just looks like she's developing still, and I do think she's the one to beat with potentially more improvement. And you know, we've got to remember, this team are coming in trying to win this race 3rd year on the bounce. It's pretty impressive to be turning these high quality fillies out year upon year, and to have the favourite for this year's running once again just shows how well they do with these types of horses. And as Ali was saying, you know, you see international contenders, Goman being the obvious horse to mention in that sense, but to keep having these top class fillies for these Oaks races over here year upon year is quite special.
5 of her 6 rivals were in arrears behind last time, so we'll see if she can cover them once again. Evergreen, well, she's been put up as a potential threat, and I guess that is on the basis that she didn't meet Wanisa last time, and Evergreen 2 from 4 already in a short career.
Yeah, only 1 start this season. That came back in December.
Yep.
She was 3rd that day. Yes, she hasn't actually bumped into Wanisa, so how does their form sort of end up matching up together? Well, it'll be interesting to see. I think that Evergreen, obviously against her own sex, against her own age group, that is a help for her. But I think she's got to put up a career best performance this afternoon. I thought, again, she looked well. It was between the 2 in the paddock for me, Wanisa and Evergreen, in terms of who was looking the best, both gleaming in their coats, big rangy fillies who are certainly going to keep improving with time. If one of them was going to close the gap on Wanisa, from the form that has obviously already matched up, could it be Illuminate?
Possibly. I didn't think she was given an overly hard time to go and finish 2nd that day, but watching it back earlier, Mind Your Manners, who finished 4th, probably paid for chasing. and sort of hurt her chances as such by doing that. So I wonder if they ride her a little bit more conservatively, but maybe we're just clutching at straws to try and find a way of getting the likely winner beaten.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I think Benoit will keep it fairly straightforward. It looks as if there's some pieces of pace on, but as you say, the tactics could be different this time around. They couldn't beat Wanisa with how the tactics were applied last time. So it just could well be that Benoit has to just jump out the stalls, slot into his position, and hope for a smooth run round.
Fabulous shots that we've got, and we'll be bringing you as well. Right, here we go for the Bahrain Oaks, Darren.
So runners going into the starting stalls for this classic for the 4-year-old fillies, the Bahrain Oaks, over 1,800 metres. So we are now about set, all in. They're off. For the Bahrain Oaks, 1,800 metres is the journey in front of them, and it is Anfal who breaks the line and heads towards the inside running rail. Evergreen just settled in behind now and taking off his Intelligence around the field. Tom Marquand and Intelligence go on from Anfal. Wanisa is on the sharp end, a rather keen Illuminate in the red and white jacket to the outside. Evergreen just in behind. Mind Your Manners and Parasta following as they move on down the far side. So it is Intelligence the leader. Leads by around about 3.5 lengths to Wanisa, half a length to Anfal, 3 parts of a length to Illuminate the outside. Evergreen's half a length further back, then 1.5 to Parast, who's just in front of Mind Your Manners as they journey on down the back, and it is Intelligence the leader. Intelligence still has 3 lengths on the last time out winner Wanisa at the end of the final 1,000 metres. Anfal white cap on the rail. Illuminate is currently 3 wide. Evergreen is between horses, and the back 2 are Parast and Mind Your Manners. They're down the side of the course and heading towards the final bend with Intelligence in front. Intelligence by a length and a half. Wanisa, Benoit de la Sayette second place. Then a gap of about 3 parts of a length to Anfal. Meanwhile, Evergreen's on the move. Illuminate's getting tapped for toe. Parast trying to get into it. Back marker is Mind Your Manners. They're homeward bound in the Bahrain Oaks. They've got 400 left to go, and it is Intelligence and Wanisa the challenger. Intelligence on the running rail. Now Wanisa has hit the front. Evergreen is in the clear and bids to run on. Then Parast, 200 metres left to gallop for Wanisa, and Oaks victory. It is Wanisa in front by about 2.5 lengths. Intelligence and Evergreen are giving chase, but the Oaks will go to Wanisa and Benoit de la Sayette. Wanisa the winner. Second place goes to Intelligence. Third Evergreen. Then Parast, Mind Your Manners, Illuminate and Anfal. Wanisa has won the Oaks, won the lead-up race here pretty smartly a few weeks ago, and the Benoit de la Sayette has guided home Wanisa here to win in really decisive style. Remember, this is the filly's only 3rd career start, and Wanisa has won the Oaks for a team who've made this race very much their own in the last few years, with 3 wins in this race over the last few years. Wanisa, number 7 for Mohammed Khalid Abdul Rahim, Haider Ibrahim and Benoit de la Sayette, wins the Bahrain Oaks. Second, number 4 for Al Adiat Racing, Galen Claire Kubler and Tom Marquand, who gave this horse a really solid ride. That was Intelligence. And third, in the same colours, same connections, but Ibrahim Nada aboard, that was number 2, Evergreen. Parast was best of the rest. Wanisa is the Oaks heroine.
Yeah, and I know that the man aboard was looking forward to this ride in particular. Why wouldn't he? Off the back of last time. Puff of the cheeks there from Benoit de la Sayette as he gets closer to 10 winners since coming across here to ride in Bahrain for the very first time. And that really was quite an impressive push-button acceleration from the best filly in the race, Meg.
Yeah, I think the hardest part of Benoit's job there was pulling up, because she's gone quite a way from the line all the way round to the back, straight there. And ultimately, I think it was her stamina that won, because coming into the final 300 metres, it looked as if maybe she just didn't quite have the turn of foot. But then as the stamina really kicked in, coming into that final 200, she was starting to stretch clear, and she just stays so well. I think she's just going to continue to improve. Physically, as I say, she's getting stronger, and with that, her stamina is going to continue to increase as well. And she's just really likeable. It looked as if there wasn't going to be loads of pace on. Tom Marquand ended up setting the fractions aboard Intelligence, but Benoit just kept everything simple, sat handy underneath this, aboard this filly, who was very easy underneath him. And as I say, the only problem he had was trying to pull up.
Did make it look rather easy, didn't she? There are options going forwards. The key fixture in mid-Feb, they could drop back to 1600 metres again. She's got pace for that. I don't know what they would look to go and do. But when it comes to this division, she stamped her authority on this set of fillies twice now. So deeper challenges doubtless await. Right, let's hear from Benoit Le Sayet. He's with Ali.
Yeah, well done, Benoit. Given her inexperience, she's really game, isn't she?
Look, she was very green the other day and she learnt a lot from that experience. So, like, we were confident going in today. We got into the perfect pitch and it was just so simple from there. She's a filly. She wears her heart on her sleeve and she hit the line strong. So, super proud of her.
How talented how much do you rate her?
Look, it's only her third start. She's still going to progress and she's still quite young as well. So, she's going to come on leaps and bounds with the experience.
And on a personal level, nice to win a big race here for Connections.
Oh, definitely. Look, I'm over here for Khalid, and he's given me some good opportunities over this weekend, so it's nice to get one on the board.
Congratulations then, winning the Bahrain Oaks. First classic of the season then goes to Benoit Le Sayet. Wanisa, the winner, in the colours of Mohammed Khalid Abdurrahman.
Yeah, they've got big chances still to come over the next day or two as well, but this would have been one that mattered plenty. And there is Benoit Le Sayet. It took a little while, as said, to strike gold. I think it was over the first weekend of the Turf Series, sort of mid-December, but since then the ball's really got rolling for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. You know, Benoit's riding now with a lot of confidence. He's got to know the track and the horses. Sometimes it does take a little bit of time to you know, get used to the new environment, but he seems to be flying now, not only riding for this yard, but also he's been riding plenty with success for the likes of George Baker and yards from back home who have sent horses over to sort of have that international campaign for the winter. So look, he's been riding very well. I think that puts him joint second there in the standings with Alberto Sana. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's Ibrahim Nada first, the rest nowhere. Yeah. But in perhaps a private battle for silver medal, he's putting himself in a good position for it. He is, yes, and you know, he'll be trying to make sure he battles on. It looks like it will be for second with Ibrahim well in front. But you know, he's built up a nice system over here, and you know, he was winning earlier in the season on Nesthorn. He doesn't ride him tomorrow because in the Crown Prince's Cup he rides Champagne Prince for these connections, who he is retained to, and he'll be hoping that Champagne Prince can run a massive race. But he has, look, been riding plenty of winners. He's pretty much got full books of rides every time, every race meeting, and he'll be delighted that he's managed to bag the Oaks. Won't he just? Big race win to add to Turf Series success already in just what has been a few weeks of his Bahrain racing career. So, your winner for Haider Ibrahim under Benoit Le Sayet in the colours of Mohammed Khalid Abdurrahim. She's the best about, certainly in this division, it's Wanisa.
يلا محمد بن خالد. محمد خذ بس just 1 second.
Well, let's have a word with our winning owner then, Mohammed Khalid Abdulrahman. How satisfying is that then? 3 Oaks wins in as many years.
Yeah, I would like to congratulate my father. Obviously, he's the breeder of this horse, and congratulate the team. They've done a very wonderful job with the horse. Yeah, we're proud. We like to breed the horses, and this is the 3rd year in a row actually we win this race. So yeah, very proud.
I'm sure he's watching from home, no doubt.
He is. He is. Again, he's a big supporter of local breds, so he must be very happy with this win.
She looks a very exciting prospect moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we have to wait. Let's see till next year. Maybe she can step up and trip and go to bigger races.
Follow in the footsteps of the likes of Galatia, who won this 2 years ago, and Jerusalem as well. I mean, what have you got for the rest of the weekend? Of course, Champagne Prince and the big one tomorrow?
Yeah, we have Champagne Prince and His Highness the Crown Prince Cup. We have Realm as well. Let's see with Realm, we're confident. She's a very good horse, so let's see how it goes.
You started off the weekend in a very good way. Well done. Victory in the Oaks with Wasima.
Thank you very much.
Full result of the 2026 Bahrain Oaks, sponsored by Al Muzdahir Stud. First, number 7, Wanisa. Second, number 4, Intelligence. Third, number 2, Evergreen. Fourth, number 6, Parast. And fifth was number 5, Mind Your Manners. The distance is 1 3/4 lengths and half a length. 1 3/4 lengths and half a length. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 52.76. 1 minute 52.76. That result's official. They've weighed in for race 6.
And Connections of Wanisa now receiving the Oaks Trophy. Well done to Mohammed Khalid Abdulrahman, Hada Ibrahim and Benoit de la Sayette, receiving the trophy from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa. The 2026 Bahrain Oaks, sponsored by Al Muzdahir Stud, went to Wanisa.
Right, big races still to come. We've got the 2 Turf Series races up next, the next two races. But we're going to take an opportunity now to reflect on another area in the Gulf within the last week. Last Friday it was Fashion Friday at Meydan, one of the significant race meetings aside, of course, from the Dubai World Cup night itself. And talking of the Dubai World Cup, it was a guaranteed win and you're in the Al Maktoum Challenge for the big one on March the 28th. And it was won in no uncertain circumstances by Imperial Emperor, who went off a short enough price for the Dubai World Cup itself last year. He finished lame, he had his excuses, but Richie Mullen, Meg Nichols alongside Richie, was praising this horse's mind, his constitution, his will to win. We saw it.
We did. And look, it's great for, you know, Diva Racing, their first Group 1 as an ownership as well. But this horse, he's done very little wrong since joining Bupat's team. He was defeated by Walk of Stars 12 months ago, but then bounced back, went for the World Cup, where he unfortunately finished lame and didn't perform to his best that day at all. But this season, he's just come back with that same brilliant, as you say, mind. He's bounced out physically looking amazing. He's come with the same sort of exhilarance. He bounces out travels and he's just loving it. And I actually think he looks an improved horse again. I know it's easy to say he's just won a Group 1, but they don't always train on year to year on the dirt. Yeah. And this horse has clearly shown that he has trained on, and he was so impressive once again. He doesn't lack speed.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go for the World Cup.
Oh, he's
of course
quick
they
enough
are.
for a mile, yeah.
But he's got that speed for the mile, and the World Cup, when you get the sort of Japanese, you get the American raiders over, it becomes even more of a stamina test.
Well, the interesting thing on that one is, and listen, we don't want rivals to drop by the wayside. You want the best horses in the best races. But it sounds as though Sovereignty, trained by Dubai World Cup's first ever winning trainer, Bill Mott, with Cigar, that horse is not going to go across. So that's one significant rival scratched. Of course, whoever turns up, it'll be a good race. But Imperial Emperor, I don't think he'll be finishing last this year anyway.
No.
Also on the day, we had the Group 1 Jebel Hasso, which is these days run on Fashion Friday. And this is an opportunity now, big time, for the winner, Opera Ballo, to go and win the Dubai Turf. Charlie Appleby, remarkably, has never won that race on World Cup night, but this guy will be a big player. I'm
a huge fan of Opera Ballo. He's so talented, bundles of talent, but he's not easy. I sort of marked him as a horse that, when coming over to Meydan, we knew that he was going to take this sort of route throughout the winter, that he could end up becoming a real specialist for the track. Because a flat galloping track where they tend to go even fractions, as long as he gets into the rhythm and isn't fiercely keen, we know he's keen anyway, but as long as he's manageable, he has got such an engine. And he's proving when he does settle and get into a rhythm that he can stay a little bit further than the mile, which is what he's needed to do. Yeah. And now he just looks more like the finished article we've been hoping for. And I do think a track that is really suitable to him is key, because he doesn't handle them all, and Newmarket seems to be a disaster down the hill. It doesn't always happen, but he gets in a good rhythm around there, and for whatever reason, everything seems to have clicked. And I really hope he is the one that can get that sort of monkey off Charlie Appleby's back.
It is that. It's, you know, look, no one's got a God-given right to win any race, but you know, 1800-metre Group 1 on the turf at Meydan, you'd expect Charlie Appleby's won it at least once or twice, wouldn't you?
And he's had so many good horses going for it and gone close multiple times, but he'll want it. Charlie's competitive. He has horses running, winning Group 1s all over the world. There's not many he hasn't managed to win. But that is the one race, the turf, that has got away from him. So he will be really hoping that Opera Ballo has a nice, smooth campaign into World Cup night. It's going the right way so far. He was very impressive there, obviously on Fashion Friday. And yeah, I'm really hoping, I'm a big fan of this horse, and I hope he gets that sort of his Gold Cup, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Right, that was a reflection of last week with a view, of course, to a couple of months' time. But much more immediately and locally here in Bahrain, it's the next leg of the Turf Series.
In mid-division, then comes Grand City Hall, followed by Desert Cup and Verdette, and Rocking Ends is further back, heading down towards the last 400. The bar in to Chandigarh. Come on, Chandigarh. coming up prominently to the inside is Caliph, and between horses Phantom Flight as they call Phantom Flight from High Royal. Phantom Flight's been in this position before.
And here they are, making their way into the parade ring. The horses for the first of the two Turf Series races. This one is middle distance, 2,000 metres for the Anchorman Cup, offered 840, big points and prizes on offer. Now, how do the standings look so far? And we're a few fixtures down now. Well, the majority of the horses you can see there, all bar one of them, do not run in this race. High Royal is miles clear. He runs in the Crown Prince's Cup tomorrow, as does Nesthorn. Phantom Flight is going to go elsewhere. Cloud Seeker has got 15 points and is in fourth. And Phoenix Passion is in today's race. So it's an opportunity for that horse, with the points on offer, to make real ground in the standings. Let's have a look at the runners for it on paper as well and confirm the field for the Anchorman Cup of 2026. Westridge, fascinating runner for Tom Markand, heads them. Wave Rider is horse 2, they've met before. Merlin's Beard 3, Roller Jam 4, Salamanca Lad at 5. 6 is Vestigia under studio guest Billy Loughnane. Hot Dancer is 7, Max Mayhem is 8, Phoenix Passion is 9, Sleeve Binion, interesting runner from Ireland, is 10. Azka is 11, Dane Manatin is 12, Soldier's Empire, who won the series last year, is 13, Athan 14, and Urban Sprawl is 15. They are the runners for the Anchorman Cup. Let's get up to our big race caller.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, so the Tour Series continues with the Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden. We'll see the runners entering the paddock shortly for this race to be run over 2,000 metres. Looking at the international markets earlier on today, the two horses dominating those markets were Wave Rider and Westridge. No surprise there, both chasing home Sovereign Spirit here on Boxing Day, with Wave Rider finishing in front of Westridge that day. So Westridge and Wave Rider, the two horses dominating the international market. Looking back to last year, Merlin's Beard won last year from Soldier's Empire, but last year this race was run over 1,800. So let's have a look at the field. Westridge then, second favourite on the international markets. Number 1 Westridge, Tom Marquand for Team Kubler, winner of 3 races, Westridge, including the Chesterfield Cup at Glorious Goodwood last summer when trained by the Goslings. That's Westridge number 1. This is number 3, Merlin's Beard. Took this race last year when it was run over a slightly shorter trip of 1,800 metres. Merlin's Beard would be one of the outsiders today, was 8th of 13 behind Nesthorn last time. 4, Roller Jam, another outsider. There weren't many horses behind Roller Jam here on the 2nd of January in the Turf Series race won by High Royal. That's number 4, Roller Jam. 5, Salamanca Lad for Alafu Racing, Jabba Ramadan, Connor Beasley in the saddle. 6 times the winner, Salamanca Lad was 8th of 9 behind Phantom Flight over the 1,800 recently. 6 is Vestigia. This is stable companion to Salamanca Lad. Vestigia was 6 lengths off Phantom Flight over 1,800 last time. Winner of 2 races, Billy Loughnane in the saddle. 7 is Hot Dancer. Was in the winner's circle over 2,200 here in mid-December. Mid-division behind High Royal last time. 11, this is Azka, a winner in France at Longchamp and Deauville in the past. They're the 2 career winners, 2 career wins for Azka. And this horse ran here behind Bacento at Christmas time, beaten over 4 lengths that day, over 1,400. That's Azka. 12 is Doing My Nuttin for Le Mans Racing, Lucinda Russell, Michael Scudamore, Lewis Edmonds. It wasn't a great Bahraini introduction for this fella because he hung almost off the track turning into the straight when well beaten by Nesthorn in mid-December. But in the past, Dermot has won in the UK with a win at York last summer. 14 is Afan, 3 times a career winner, and was on a bit of a roll earlier on this season. The last win for this horse was when accounting for Vestigia in mid-December. 15, Urban Sprawl, formerly trained by Charlie Johnston. Jaffa Mazouk is the trainer of Urban Sprawl, winner of 8 races, and having his second start in the Kingdom, was well held up by Bacento on his Kingdom debut earlier on this month. And this is to Wave Rider. We were talking about Wave Rider and West Ridge. Closely matched on that effort behind Sovereign Spirit at Christmas. Wave Rider was second. West Ridge finished in third. On the weight terms, West Ridge slightly better off with Wave Rider today. But Wave Rider, a nice type, 2 career wins in the UK for this horse. Was a winner at Pontefract in September. That's number 2, Wave Rider. And there is number 8, Max Mayhem, who was 14th of 16 behind High Royal earlier on in the month. 5 career wins for this horse, trained by George Baker. That's Max Mayhem. And 9 is Phoenix Passion. Consistent type, Phoenix Passion. Has won 7 races. Has been pretty consistent this season. Was behind Nesthorn, been 3.5 lengths, went third here before Christmas, and then was behind High Royal earlier on this month. Again, beaten 3.5 lengths over 1800. And 10 is Sleeve Binion. Luke McAteer trains this Irish Hope Sleeve Binion. This horse has won 7 times in his career. The last win, that was at Leopardstown last July.
Well, team Dame My Nuttin are here on force. So we are, you're here to have a good time. And now talk me through the last time we saw Dame My Nuttin. Didn't go quite to plan.
He didn't, but you know what? These things happen. We're hoping for a lot better tonight.
Tell me about the group you got here who won Le Mans racing.
So yeah, we're all the way from Scotland to see him race. We're hoping for a good run tonight. We're from just outside Inverness.
And what would be the tactics for him?
He likes to make calls, so we want him on the rails at the front. Just let him run and see what happens.
And how long has this been the plan, coming out here with a horse like this?
It was after he won at York in the summer. He did really well, and he likes the firm ground. We thought, let's give him a rest. Let's see what happens out here.
Trained, of course, by Grand National winning trainer Lucinda Russell. You've got jumpers with her as well?
We do. Yeah. We have Snowdragon and Taurusy. But tonight it's all about Dame My Nuttin.
And tell me, come on, what's he named after, or how did that name come about?
There was so much chat at the time of trying to name him that eventually it was saying, you know what, this is Dame My Nuttin, which is Scottish for this is really, really difficult. So Dame My Nuttin it was.
Brilliant name, well done. And good luck in this race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
As a really iconic and pretty cult name though, and I know how popular it is back in the UK, and I'm sure it will be if Dame My Nuttin can win in Bahrain. It all went wrong really back on the first night of the Turf Series and has since missed an engagement, so hopefully we're going to see the real Dame My Nuttin and see what the horse is capable of. We know back in the UK, so let's see what Bahrain and Dame My Nuttin can offer this time around. It's a big player, assuming he keeps straight.
Yeah, he needs to be more manageable this time. I was sort of questioning, is he much better going left-handed? But he's been effective around the tracks like Musselburgh, which are sharp right-handed tracks.
Yeah.
So he can handle the bends. Whatever happened last time, he was pretty much unsteerable for Callum Shepherd, and it just did not happen. So hopefully put that behind him. Lewis Edmonds on board today, as his owners were just saying, coming out of stall 3, he can hopefully get across onto that inside rail, and it would be no harm if he has someone just sat on his girth helping him get round those bends. But he's going to have to bounce back, and he is going to have to prove that he can handle the track here.
Okay, that's Dame My Nuttin, who's well represented with owners, and fantastic to see them over here. Lucinda Russell, who wins Grand Nationals, plural, could be a Bahrain winning trainer as well, along with Michael Scudamore, of course. Okay, One by one there. Going to get legged up. Ali, I think we'll get across to you.
Well, I'm going to have a word with Paul Rooney then, who owns Steve Binion. Paul, how do you rate his chances this time? We spoke earlier in the week, hoping for an improved run this time.
Yes, indeed. He hadn't run for 4 months the last day. He's come out of the race very well. He's improved since then, and he'll take his chance tonight. We're just delighted to be here.
He's given you some great days this summer.
He has indeed.
Or last summer.
Last summer. 2 Premier Handicaps, one in the Curragh and one in Leopardstown. And he ran extremely well in both, to win both, under Luke. And we're delighted he's flown over to be with us tonight as well.
Because Steve Binion was here, what, two seasons ago, but it's fair to say he's an improved horse this time around.
Very much so, and a more mature horse, and a horse that has learned as the years have gone on, and he'll do his best. That's all we can hope for.
Good luck then, and thanks for talking to me.
Much. All right, thank you.
Yeah, now he is an interesting runner as David Murnane looks to become another Irish trainer to win a Turf Series race. Gavin Cromwell did it. Katie McGivern's done it very recently indeed with Kendall Roy. And Steve Binion, just heard there from the owner, Meg, 10th in the series so far, but that is something to build on, that 5th last time out behind High Royal. Didn't get completely the easiest run through either.
No, and as we just heard off his owner, Paul Rooney, it was on the back of quite a layoff, a couple of months off the track. One, I think that did him good because he freshened back up, but he has every reason to be that little bit sharper this time around. And as you say, he requires a bit more luck. He tends to be ridden with a bit of patience. So he is going to want that smooth passage through. But I just felt as though potentially up in trick today, extra distance, there could just be more to unlock from this horse. And maybe that will help him find further improvement that is required.
Okay. Right, so let's get back to Ali.
Another one of the international raiders then is Max Mayhem, trained by George Baker. George, a regular out here and a winner already this season with Nesthorn. Looking forward to seeing him tomorrow. But Max Mayhem, how's he?
Max Mayhem, he's a dude of a horse. We bought him relatively cheaply in the July sales at Tattersall's. And he's brought a fantastic gang of owners to Bahrain. So he's done his job in that respect. He's actually, I think, he's a nice horse. He's a really good workhorse, and we probably left him a little bit undercooked when we first got here because we thought he was doing plenty and he was probably doing nothing. So he looks fantastic. Sophie and Harriet and the team have done an amazing job, turned him out looking amazing. And yeah, look, we've got a wide draw. It's an incredibly competitive race. We're taking on some proper horses, but we'll give it a good crack as ever.
Give it a good crack, as you are this week, because you've got how many owners in Bahrain?
I think we've got certainly between 20 and 30 and a whole lot of other camp followers who live here in the kingdom, a whole lot of reprobates and hooligans, but it's great to get them all out to the race course, and this is what it's all about. It's all about having a lot of fun, and the horse has taken us to a lot of amazing places, and this is right at the top of the list.
Yeah, for our international viewers, how would you describe the atmosphere here under the lights?
It's wonderful. I mean, the lights have gone in over the last 2 years. Every single year we see Sheikh Issa and Ed and Edville and the team making steps forward and improve. Every year is an improvement, but it's pretty amazing as it is, but it just seems to get better and better every year, and we love it. We're committed to it, and hopefully we'll be here for many years to come.
Good luck in the Turf Series tonight, and of course in the Crown Prince's Cup tomorrow with Nesthorn.
You're very kind, thank you.
Team Baker in Bahrain, it really is a formidable partnership. It really has been over the last few years or so. Now, gather via our commentator Darren Owen, watching on Wave Rider, horse number 2, who's one of the most fancied horses on the international markets and has got a big form chance. Gather that horse has gone down really enthusiastically and gone way beyond the intended point to stop. So I don't know. You said already, Meg, he's quite an enthusiastic horse. Hopefully he's not done himself a disservice.
Yeah, he is a keen-going horse, and you can see now Callum Shepherd with his feet out of the irons, just trying to keep him cool as he goes down to the stalls. But he did take off pretty fiercely on the way down. He was much too free, more free than Callum Shepherd would have liked, and he has gone a good way past the stalls. Callum's managed to pull him up and turn him round, thankfully, and rejoin the others. But you can just see he's got that red hood on for a reason, to try and keep a lid on him.
Yeah.
Look at the way he's behaving. He's highly strung, forward going, but that is him. I remember seeing him on maybe his second or third start at Newbury, when previously trained by Harry Charlton, and remembering how highly strung he was. But in saying that, he's very talented. It's just a case of keeping all of that together and trying to just about keep a lid on him.
Well, assuming all is equal, and hopefully it is with that horse, he meets Westridge once again. The pair who, as you pointed out earlier, joined new teams in Bahrain with big transfer fees. Do you anticipate Wave Rider will beat Westridge again?
The difference is the stalls, isn't it? I mean, Westridge is coming out of draw 2 and Wave Rider out wide in stall 15. Now, there's two angles here. Westridge has a lovely pitch in stall 2. He's a horse that likes to have a bit of cover, and he likes to just be kitted into the race. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dan and Claire Kubler, now knowing the horse, might well have got a bit more of a key to him, because he has got those quirks.
Okay, let's get to Ali.
Well, let's hear from the trainer then, Dan Kubler. Does he have any quirks they're talking about?
Sorry?
Does he have the quirks, or how simple, what's he like to train Westridge?
He's very straightforward sort of mentally. He's really taken to being trained in Bahrain. He's really acclimatized well. He's come forward from his first run. You know, he's really starting to look well now and starting to thrive. So yeah, we're hopeful for today.
Cheek pieces back on?
Yeah, I mean, the Gosdens know what they're doing, and you know, we didn't see an obvious reason before his first run, and it was his first run here, and you're learning a little bit, but with that under the belt, and Ibrahim Nada rode him that time, and he just thought, you know, he could see why they maybe had them on, so put them back on and let's go.
He's got a nice draw this evening.
Yeah, lovely draw. I think that the draw's been very kind to us here, because around this track, it's quite tight bends, and these big fields, if you're out wide, it can be, you know, you need a bit of luck, and you know, you need a bit of luck anyway, but you need a bit less luck if you're closer to the rail to start with.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Dan and Claire Kubler, I think probably people expected them to do exactly what they've done, which is to settle in seamlessly here, near a 30% strike rate in their first season since coming out here. But a big 24 hours for them, with the likes of Westridge, runner later as well up the pace in the sprint race, and then tomorrow crack skiing in the Crown Prince's Cup, and a certain byline as well. These are the ones you get judged on. Absolutely, and interesting to hear Daniel Kubler there saying, you know, he's pretty straightforward to train. Now, he's far from straightforward from what we see in his races, and having heard previous riders talk about him, the likes of Billy Lochnan, who won on him at the Qatar Glorious Goodwood Festival. Yeah. He's got a high head carriage. He likes to come through horses. You can't hit the front too soon. And it all adds up. I do believe those quirks are there. The cheek pieces have returned for a reason, but I love that he's in stall 2. He can get that bit of cover. There's horses we've heard already, Doom and Nuttin will be right up there on the pace. There's horses that will go forward. And then if Tom Marquand can get this horse in a rhythm, sat in box seat on that rail, all he's going to want is that little bit of luck. We've seen a winner come up the rail already this evening. Yeah. Westridge could be one to do the same. Okay, they are circling. There's Westridge. Manhattan over on that far side as well. Hopefully it's just going to be that much more of a straightforward conveyance this time around. Reminder of the point situation. Well, you get 15 points for the win, 10 points for the second, 7, 5 for the 3. And as regards the standings, which are going to go through until the first week of March, the King's Cup Festival, when the series concludes. Well, the first 4 in the standings are not actually in this race. So Phoenix Passion is best in, who is 5th at the moment with 14 points. It's an opportunity for 1 or 2 of these to make significant inroads. Who is going to make the biggest inroads? Who's going to win it? I was really torn between the top 2, Westridge and Wave Rider. Having seen Wave Rider, the stall in 15, it's putting me off slightly. I'm maybe leaning towards Westridge on what I've seen in the prelims. Phoenix Passion, as you were saying, has got those points on the system, up on the board. He's needing to catch
you know, 1 or 2 ahead, but they obviously aren't running in this evening. Now, Phoenix Passion...
He's got very solid form, hasn't he?
He has. I thought he has a chance of running into the places. He's not been beaten very far behind Nestor, behind High Royal in starts this season. Oshin all on board. Well, we know how good he is over course and distance because he's won the international trophy a couple of times.
Yeah.
So you've got the right rider on, that is for sure. Nicely drawn in stall 4. So Phoenix Passion could be one that is closing for the places and getting those all-important points for the standings.
Body language-wise, just hearing it well in my ear from those that are monitoring the camera throughout. Callum Shepherd not fully happy with Wave Rider.
Wave Rider is proving hard work tonight. Hard work on the way to the start, very keen. He was sweating. He's anxious in the stalls. I'm just put off by his behaviour this evening.
Yeah, okay, it's a wide draw, so you don't want to be giving anything away from there. One of the big players, Westridge, still to go forward. It's the first of the 2 Turf Series races, the Anchorman Cup. Here's Darren.
And the last one to go in is Westridge for the Anchorman Cup, brought to you by Howden. And they are set to go over 2,000 metres. And they're off. Sleepy start there from Roller Jam as they settle down in the early strides. Do My Nuttin began alertly. Hot Dancers on the inside running rail, and Westridge is prominent in the blue jacket. Phoenix Passion is towards the outside with Salamanca Lad as they make this dash towards the first turn. Reading out Max Mayhem's trying to get a position, and wide of that one is Merlin's Beard. So it is Do My Nuttin taken on for the lead now by Wave Rider, who's rather exuberant. Wave Rider the outside, Do My Nuttin. Salamanca Lad just in behind. Max Mayhem in the blue and black jacket is following. They're being chased by Merlin's Beard to the outside, and then comes Phoenix Passion on the inside running rail. Westridge in the blue jacket, Sleeve Binion and Soldier's Empire follow, then Urban Sprawl followed by Athan, and the back marker is Azka. Down the far side, Do My Nuttin the leader, followed by Wave Rider. They're split by just over a length. Hot Dancers in third, Max Mayhem 4. Then to the outer is Merlin's Beard, who's posted 4 wide. To the inside of that one, Salamanca Lad, chased by Phoenix Passion, then Roller Jam, Sleeve Binion and Westridge. They leave the back straight behind them. Urban Sprawl is alongside Soldier's Empire. Vestigia Black Cap to the rail runner. Athan is off the pace, and Azko's the back marker, and Do My Nuttin is off the homeward turn in front and handles it totally different to last time. It's Do My Nuttin in front by a couple of lengths, being chased hard by Hot Dancer, and then comes Wave Rider, who is really struggling now to keep up. To the outside with a run is on the outside Salamanca Lad coming there. Vestigia's got a nice run up the inside, but Do My Nuttin is the one to catch inside the last 200 metres. Do My Nuttin from Vestigia, Salamanca Lad to the outside, but Do My Nuttin is in front here for Team Russell and Scudamore. Do My Nuttin, it doesn't matter whether it's Aintree, Cheltenham or Perth, now it's Bahrain. Do My Nuttin wins for the team, chased home by Vestigia and Salamanca Lad. Do My Nuttin has won. Do My Nuttin takes out the Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden. Do My Nuttin, who really struggled to get around the turn last time, but we heard from connections beforehand. They had a master plan. It was a case of jumping out, grabbing that running rail, giving a superb ride here by Lewis Edmonds for Le Mans Racing. And Do My Nuttin has found plenty up the straight here to take the Anchorman Cup decisively for Lucinda Russell and Michael Scudamore. And let's face facts, this horse back in the UK had good solid handicap form, was a winner at York last year. So number 12, Do My Nuttin has beaten the Alafu racing runners Vestigia and Salamanca Lad. They were giving hard chase in the closing stages, but Do My Nuttin kept up to his work by Lewis Edmonds, who's having a fine meeting as a second winner for him. Beats Vestigia into second. Third was Salamanca Lad, followed in by Hot Dancer in fourth and Westridge in fifth place. The Wave Rider, well, very keen on the way down to the start, just ran out of steam towards the end. And just watching where Do My Nuttin has actually pulled up, this horse has ended up over on the back straight, almost at the 1200 metre start. Do My Nuttin the winner. So the numbers: first, number 12, Do My Nuttin; second, number 6, Vestigia; third, number 5, Salamanca Lad; fourth, number 7, Hot Dancer; and fifth, number 1, Westridge.
Well, Darren, up in the commentary position, you probably heard the screams from this lot. So team at Down My Nuttin, you certainly cheered him home. What a run!
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. He's such a good horse.
And, you know, he looked complicated last time, but this time, just the perfect ride. The jockey.
The jockey, the race management was fantastic. The jockey knew exactly what to do, and the horse just did it.
As you guys were saying, the win for Scotland, the first in Bahrain?
A win for Scotland, the win for Lament Racing, a win for Lucinda Russell. All fantastic.
Well, look, enjoy the celebrating this evening.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that is not the behaviour of a horse who has just gone and won a Turf Series race. He's fresh firing and could go round and do another couple of laps of this. What an awesome performance and a super ride to give Lewis Edmonds a double on the day. He didn't keep straight and true before Christmas. On this occasion he has done and shown everybody what he can do. There are further opportunities for doing Manuttin at the Turf Series, and who knows, he might win the thing outright. Goodness me.
Well, Lewis's arms have definitely been stretched an inch or two there, haven't they? Manuttin, well, I mean, he's been given a fabulous ride by Lewis here this evening, but he's come back a fresh horse. I mean, not even his groom can keep up to lead him back in. Quite a fabulous performance, and in fairness, the team out here must have worked wonders. Last time he was pretty unrideable.
He was, yeah.
Couldn't get him round the bends. He ran no sort of race at all. And this evening we have seen the absolute best of him, and how exciting now going forward. You just mentioned to me off air how there's opportunities back in trip for him as well, and looking at that this evening shouldn't be an issue.
Yep, they've got the Vision Cup on the 19th of February, the next of the big nights here. That's 1,800 metres, 200 metres shy of this. There'd be no problem there. And then the concluding Turf Series race, the 2,000 metre International Handicap on the 5th of March. So I don't know if one or both are going to be on the agenda, but when you consider the points on offer, High Royal, who's got 35, he won't be able to run. He's handicapped himself out of things. Quite where this horse puts himself, I'm not overly sure, but it's a valuable series, and he's very, very good around here when everything's gone his way, and it has today. So they've got a fresh horse based on this, haven't they?
No, he's absolutely loved that, right back to his best. And, you know, as they were saying beforehand, connections, he loves to get on with things, be on the front end. And Lewis Edmonds was getting plenty of hassle for the lead. It wasn't an easy lead. He's had to keep honest fractions and go a strong gallop because he was getting pressure from all around. But he's managed to control it still, turn into the home straight and save enough. When he kicked, he's managed to find another gear, and he was never going to be caught. That was a pretty impressive victory there. And I really hope now that we can see him continue to progress. And look, no points at all last time after a total disaster. He's got the winner's points on the board this evening. He's going to get a hike in the weights. Let's hope he just about stays within the Turf Series bracket.
Yeah, up to a
I
mark
think
of
he will.
102.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be unfair if you're going up more than sort of, the handicap is harsh over here. You're hoping no more than £8 anyway. And look, exciting then carrying on into the series. And look, I think it was an inspired ride. Lewis Edmonds a double on the night, but he certainly, you know, he's grabbed the bull by the horns and he's made sure that he wasn't for catching.
One for Arthur, Korak Rambler, Lucinda Russell's winners of the biggest jumps race that there are, the Grand National, now conquering corners of the Gulf as well.
I just messaged Tom Skoo and just said, I can't believe Lucinda and Skoo aren't here. I mean, unbelievable. And he said, well, I imagine they couldn't take their dogs the whole way out there, and that seems to be the criteria for going racing. But look, isn't it brilliant that, you know, we've got more trainers every year, new teams, new connections coming over and giving Bahrain and the Turf Series a go, and it's really paying off.
Okay, so in their absence, step forwards, the assistant trainer. Let's get to Ali.
Yeah, Stephen Kelly joins me. Stephen, you flew in this morning. How much what a landmark victory this is for the yard and for Lucinda?
Oh, absolutely. It's brilliant. So it is to be invited out here, and we're very grateful for the owners. They really pushed to give it a go.
He's a good horse, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he is. Like the top weight, we beat him at York, and now he's a good horse. He'll stay further as well, so he will. So our options are open to go out and trip as well.
This is a sort of new territory for the Russells, having runners in the Middle East?
Oh, absolutely. It's their first international runners ever, maybe. I'm not sure. But no, listen, we're grateful for the opportunity, and whenever you get them, we try to take them.
As you said, he's a good horse, but did you expect him to win by that margin?
He not really, no. Like, we're just hoping for a nice run tonight. We're kind of, everybody else has been up and running, and we've missed out through one thing and the next. So to get him to go and do that, you know, it was a big performance.
Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
He's a very, very good horse and beautifully delivered by the team to go and win. Took a while to pull up, but he's there now, and a couple of buckets of water. Well done, Doan Manutin, who has won the Anchorman Cup, the first of the Turf Series races on the night. Beats Vestigia, Salamanca Lad and Hot Dancer in the first of the 2 Turf Series events. Right, let's have a look back at how the race was run and won. You're going to see the winner out in front because that's what he did. We knew that. We know his style. We were told that by the owners as well. A couple of those in behind going to try and prove a big threat, but nothing was at this point. 1 or 2 disappointments in him, Meg?
Yeah, Wave Rider, definitely a disappointment, but I think his chances were gone on the way down to the start. We knew that he was on edge in the prelim, so that was his chances gone. 2 big runs from both Salamanca Lad and Vestigia, who have both ran with a lot of credit. Westridge, he just got a little bit further back than ideal, shuffled back, and it was a little bit of an unsmooth passage down the back straight for him. And I just feel when Tom Marquand wheeled him out for a bit of room, that typical head up to the side didn't really look totally as if he was loving it and giving his absolute 100%. But we know Westridge has got that in him, and he's not the easiest to get a real tune out of.
Based on the fact that the stable and owner mates have finished 2nd and 3rd, Vestigia and Salamanca Lad, good runs for Jabba Ramadan, and also, you know, it's going to get confidence higher for Sovereign Spirit tomorrow, the King's Cup winner who runs in the Crown Princes.
Yes, absolutely, and a real local star.
He is, yeah.
I mean, he's a multiple winner. I think he's got a real fan base here as well, and he's got a real solid chance. I think he's top on the ratings, on official ratings. He is right up there anyway. So yeah, I'm sure that Jabba Ramadan will be absolutely delighted with that. But just a little bit short this time around because it was Lucinda Russell and Michael Scudamore that were the winning trainers for the first of our 3 Turf Series races.
Let's get across to Ali.
Yeah, the trophy presentation now for the Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden, and we're delighted to have David Howden and his wife Fee, David, founder and CEO of Howden, to present the trophy. Victory went to Dame Manutin for Lucinda Russell and Michael Scudamore, and receiving the winner's trophy for the trainer will be Stephen Kelly. And our winning owner then, Lamont Racing with Dame Manutin, and our winning jockey, Lewis Edmonds. Well done to the winner of the Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden, Dame Manutin.
There you go, you hold it.
Luis, please, Luis.
So let's confirm the full results of race 7, the Anchorman Cup, sponsored by Howden. And the winner there was number 12, Dame Manutin. Second, number 6, Vestigia. Third, number 5, Salamanca Lad. Fourth, number 7, Hot Dancer. And fifth, number 1, West Ridge. The distances 2.5 lengths and 1 length. 2.5 lengths and 1 length. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 02.27. That's 2 minutes 02.27, and they are now weighed in for race 7.
Well, we've spoken to the winning owners, the assistant trainer. Time now to speak to the winning jockey, Lewis. Congratulations. You had a job pulling him up, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. He's a very sort of hard ride. It doesn't really give you much of a break from getting on to getting off. And so when you watch all his wins back home, he's a very sort of free-running horse, and it's just the way he likes to go. He obviously got to the front there today, and he's done it the hard way, and he's done it his way, really. And he was very, very willing at the finish.
But in a way, straightforward instructions.
Very straightforward. The owners and the assistant trainer here tonight, they just said, you know, he does like to be in front, but if you don't manage to get there for any reason, and you're going to have to chase him to be there, just sort of ride a bit more of a race. But he had the pace early doors to go and make the most of a good draw, and just tried to keep it pretty simple from there.
Second victory this evening for you. It's a nice return, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's been very good. I'll have to try and come back again.
Well done this evening.
Thank you.
For a man that hasn't been to Bahrain to ride, at least, since March 2022, considering the double that he's had, including one of the feature races tonight, I think it's safe to say Lewis Edmonds will be back sooner than the next 4 years. He's just won the Anchorman Cup, which has influenced, of course, the standings for the Turf Series middle distance. And at the start of play, it was up top, High Royal, 35 points. Well, that's as you were, but we now have 3 who are tied for second. Nest Thorn, who runs tomorrow against High Royal, Vestigia, who ran a cracking second just now, and Dan Manatin, who is right there. So behind High Royal, it is all to play for in the Turf Series middle distance.
The Crown Prince the outside, Hooker Dolphin. Sovereign Sprint travels well in the red and black jacket with a confident looking Callum Shepherd heading down, picked up. Sovereign Sprint is the one to be caught. Phantom Flight is the one trying to catch Sovereign Sprint. Phantom Flight has gone there and Callum expressed himself in style.
Still plenty to play for tonight, but tomorrow is the feature race of the whole meeting, which is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Seiko, and it is an 8-strong field worth $200,000 US. Race 6 tomorrow over the 2,000 metres, the iconic course and distance of the Bahrain International Trophy. Number 1 is Champagne Prince. Number 2 is Crack Skiing. 3 is High Royal, who currently leads the Turf Series middle distance standings. King of the Throne is 4. Panning for Gold is 5. Sovereign Spirit is 6, Tawarek is 7, and Nesthorn completes the octet. And what an 8 they are. Cannot wait for that race, which you will not miss if you join us tomorrow. Lots to look forward to, isn't there?
There is, absolutely. And it feels like we're really building up for the big race now, doesn't it? I mean, our last race was an absolute cracker, the first of 2 of the Turf Series races this evening. We've still got our sprint to come pretty imminently. The runners are just about in the paddock now, but how exciting for tomorrow as well. It's plenty more races still coming our way, and if it carries on the way it has been going, we're in for a couple more treats.
Absolutely right. First of the Triple Crown of races here in Bahrain tomorrow, which you'll look forward to with us. Right, today we've still got the second of the 2 Turf Series races, as Meg was saying. It's the Hawar Cup, and it is the sprint. And it's a little tighter, I think, in the standings than perhaps the middle distance standings are, so we'll show you that a little bit later. Let's show you the runners now, ahead of our second of 2 Turf Series races. The Hawar Cup, sponsored by Seiko, 1,200 metres. Another bar is number 1. 2 is Roman Dragon, won the whole series last year. Derarin is 3. Number 4 doesn't run. 5 is Burdett. 6 is Comanche Falls, 7 is Dream Out Loud, 8 is Dubai Bling, 9 Redemption Time. Inveigle is 10. Qasim's 11, the Old Boy Buffer Zone is 12, Nationwide 13, Partisan Hero is 14, Desert Cop is 15, Spangled Mac is 16, Up the Pace 17, Chief Mankato is 18, and the reserve who gets a run, Blue Day, is 19. So that's a list of them. What we'll do next up is introduce them physically with our big race caller. Here's Darren.
Thanks, Nick. Let's take a look at the field for the Hawar Cup, brought to you by Seiko. A good field and a wide-open sprint in prospect. Number 1 is Another Bar, won the Al Wasmir Cup here recently. This is a horse who was in good form last year in the UK, winning 4 races over 1,000 metres, has won over 1,200 in the past. That's number 1, Another Bar. Looking at number 9, and this is a Redemption Time, being one of the outsiders on the international markets, but did greet the judge here over 1,200 meters back in December. 3 is Derin, a horse who has won down the straight here in the Kingdom in the past, won the Anchorman Cup back in 2024. 6 is Comanche Falls. To regular viewers of British racing, this is a horse who needs no introduction. A dual Stewards Cup winner indeed. That's Comanche Falls. 7, Dream Out Loud, comes here in good form. Dream Out Loud with 2 straight wins on the board. Those races over 1,000 meters. That's number 7, Dream Out Loud. 8 is Dubai Bling, knocking on the door a few times already this winter. That's Dubai Bling, the winner of 1. 10, Inveigle, would be one of the outsiders, it's fair to say, was in mid-division behind another bar over 1,000 meters last time. 11 is Karsib, winner of 5 races in the past, was 4th of 18 over 1,200 meters in the race won by Chandigarh earlier on this month. This is 17, Up the Pace, winner at Doncaster and Ascot last year. Those races were over 1,200 meters and 1,400 meters. Trained by Daniel Clare Kubler, Tom Marquand in the saddle, and it's a Kingdom debut for Up the Pace. 13, Nationwide. Oh, this old boy knows his way down the straight course here. Won the Alfetta Cup back in March over 1,200 meters and ran really well in the race won by Kendall Roy in mid-December. That's 13, Nationwide, capable on his day. 2 is Roman Dragon, has won the sprint series, turf series for the sprinters in the past here in the Kingdom, was 2nd, big effort that, behind Kendall Roy, 2 outings back. That's Roman Dragon, number 2, winner of a listed race at Chester last summer. 15, Desert Cop, another horse who is a regular here in the Kingdom, won the Chairman's Cup last year. 16 is Spangled Mac. Spangled Mac ran a blinder over the 1,200 meters behind Blue Day last time, won the Al Rifa Cup last year. 19 is Blue Day, comes here in good form, having beaten Spangled Mac by the half length a few weeks ago. Let's take a look at number 18. This is Chief Mankato. Now, Chief Mankato has shown up prominently in races so far this winter, but ultimately it's been well held.
Well, I'm joined by the owners of Roman Dragon, Nick Hughes and Michael Owen. He's given you some amazing days over the years. He might not be the most consistent, Nick, but what a horse he's been.
He's just, he's a star, isn't he? You know, I feel with him, he's been a winning machine for us both, you know, and Michael bred him, and, you know, we were only talking the other day about Bram Panther. He's got this ability to breed really good racehorses, haven't you? You know,
a lot of luck.
I don't know about that, but it must mean that it's extra special, of course, when you breed them.
It is, absolutely. It's lovely to breed them. It's lovely to have a great horse, but if you breed them, there's something a little bit special about it. And yeah, this guy's danced every dance for us. He's,
Yeah.
you know, he's at the top of his game. He's rated 101 now. I mean, he's verging on, you know, pattern class. So if he wins, then it'll be probably the last time he runs in a handicap. But yeah, he's a lovely horse, and he's done the yard proud.
Is he going to win tonight? I mean, you know he can, but is it going day for him?
I think with Roman always just chooses his own destiny. You know, he broke the record for us. You know, I think we always said when me and Michael were on a plane one day, we said about breaking the Chester record, almost like a bit of a joke, but he did it, didn't he? You know, and yeah, he just chooses his own destiny. This horse, so he can win. He can win, but it's just he does it when he wants, doesn't he?
Well, he's won a couple of times here. He suits the track, and he's obviously on his highest ever mark now. So we have to be realistic, but he's a course and distance winner, so you never know.
And a word on Dubai Bling, who's been very consistent out here.
Yes, he has. He's the young pretender. He's the next Roman Dragon, we feel. Yeah, he's the younger version. So he's really done well since he's been out here. Both horses look great. Sarah's done an amazing job with them both, and yeah, fingers crossed they both run well.
You enjoy coming out as well. This is what, your third season having runners here?
He loves it here.
Yeah, this is the third season we've been sending horses out. Yeah, and hopefully the aim is to send more and more out, because it's a great place. They look after you so well, and we've had some nice results.
You certainly have. Good luck with these two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck, gents. Roman Dragon's been there, seen it, done it. And yes, he chooses his own destiny, as they said. He's the absolute king of Chester, and he's not too bad at Bahrain either, winning the Turf Series of last year, and he is nothing if not consistent. They've also got Dubai Bling, who's very capable of running a big race. Meg alongside, who's in the shortlist?
Well, should we talk a little bit sort of more in depth about these two horses mentioned? Roman Dragon, who Paul Morenon is riding this evening. As we say, he goes well here. Do I think he's possibly on a straight track better at the 1000? Maybe. But he's drawn in stall 1, and I just feel as though the majority of the pace is low. And I think that's the side I would want to be this evening.
Yeah.
Their other runner, Dubai Bling, is drawn up in 18. Now, they have got the master on board with Abraham in the saddle, who's just had the most incredible evening so far. But I just wonder, is the bias in this race, because of the pace, going to be coming from those drawn low?
On their way down. Interesting you put up that debate as to probably where you'd want to be. I mean, we've had Chandigarh storm down the near side to go and record a facile success in Turf Series company. Another bar did it a bit more central, so we'll see. Right, Ali, let's get across to you.
Yeah, I'm joined by the team then from Chief at Mankato. I'll start with you, Jack. How is the horse? How did he come out of his previous race here?
Yeah, no, he seems great. The team here, they're looking after him. We're very, very happy with him. So, no, we're really looking forward to running tonight.
What did you make of his last run, 7th, just off the plane and over the 1,200 metres?
Yeah, no, really happy with that run. He was probably just a little bit undercooked for that run. He near enough hit the front bar the winner, who won very well, and he took a little bit of a blow. So, look, he looks right fit for today, and we're very excited to run him.
Jerry, you own the horse. How much have you enjoyed coming out to Bahrain and targeting the series?
Yeah, we didn't expect to come out there, but Jack said we're on the way, so we thought we would have come out.
What are the hopes for today?
I think he'll run well. I really do. He looks his best we've seen him for a long time.
He was dancing his way around the parade ring, but you told me that's normal.
Yeah, no, if he wasn't doing that, I'd be worried. He does it at home in his homework, and yeah, no, he looks in great form, so let's hope for a great run.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for a horse who's been out here and had the experience of the Turf Series so far, Jack Shannon, who certainly knows how to win out here, he's been quite, I'm not going to say bullish, but he's been positive that he's got the horse kind of where he wants him, and this was the first real big target for Chief Mankato.
Yeah, he's probably been a little bit underwhelming in his 2 starts to date, but first time, as Ali was saying, was fresh off the plane and he'd had a bit of a break, and they felt as though he wasn't quite there, still his second run. So he's a thick-set sprinter, as you can imagine. Sometimes they do take a few starts to hit full and peak fitness, and hopefully he is there now. Drawn in 11, so He's just on the higher side of things, so towards the stand side. Let's have a look at some of those others that I really think have chances. Now, one sprinter who we can't help but all love, right, is Comanche Falls. He's just been the most incredible horse for connections, 12 times a winner. He, every season, manages to come back, win big races, and he's just been a model of consistency throughout his career. I thought he ran with huge amounts of credit on his Bahrain debut a couple of weeks ago, when finishing second, only beaten a couple of lengths, and if he can build on that, I think he's got a massive chance. From stall 4, see him out the gates, he is sharp out the stalls. And Connor Beasley will be trying to just sit against him and get into a good rhythm.
Right, standings, Chandigarh isn't here, runs tomorrow, atop the table with 25. Then you've got another bar who is here, 17. Kendall Roy, who isn't, is 16. Then Dubai Bling, Roman Dragon, 14 and 11. Comanche Falls is in 6th with 10 points. So there is a lot to be playing for in the series as well, with promise of big points on offer between now and March. Another bar was really impressive here when dispatching Chandigarh, but has been hit with a fair old whack since.
Yeah, I mean, he got put up, what was it, £8, even, potentially even more than that. It was quite the hike.
Yeah.
Obviously, the form has held up and it's looking strong, and I suppose that's why. But would it be fair to say he's possibly better at the 1,000? Look, he's going to have to improve again with purely just the rise in the handicap. Drawn out in 14, he will be over the 12. I just think it stretches him. I think Benoit's going to have that in his mind and just hope that their pace is strong enough that it collapses and maybe they come back to him.
What of this new recruit for the Kublers, who's now the colours of Sheikh Issa, up the pace? First up run out here, being bought out of the previous operation for 110,000 guineas.
Yeah, he's an interesting contender. Back at home in the UK, he was probably mainly seen over the 1400, but has shown he potentially has enough pace for the 12. I think on a track like this, it could just be sharp enough for him.
Yep.
I think we'll see him stepping back up in distance in time. Another I'm interested in for the George Bowie stable is Spangled Mac. I thought he certainly had a chance of running into the places. He ran pretty well last time. I thought it was a big effort behind Blue Day. We'll mention him as well because he snuck in as a reserve. But Spangled Mac, I thought, ran extremely well. Billy Loughnane over here to ride this evening is interesting because he's heading over to Dubai for tomorrow. So he's come over hoping that Spangled Mac really does have a winning chance. And from stall 6, getting a toe from Comanche Falls could just be the perfect setup.
Yeah, completely see that angle. Desert Cop for George Baker, who was on records prior to the previous race. That horse, who actually finished second in a Turf Series race before winning 24 hours later, a year ago, has got something similar potentially in store, because it's declared tomorrow to run here as part of the second day of the Crown Prince's Cup Festival, so we shall see. The loading process is happening, which is great. Decent sized field, and hopefully it's going to be relatively smooth getting them all in. What are you expecting to happen over the next minute or two?
Well, it's going to be fast and furious, that is for sure. Maybe we need to bear in mind those horses that like the strong pace and can close. It will suit Desert Cop, you just mentioned him. He likes them to go a really strong gallop. Nationwide, I thought of a bigger price. Maybe he would run into a chance. Back up in trip, I think, is positive. But they're loading thick and fast.
They are, and Darren, we'll get to you because I know that there are important colour notifications to bring the viewers.
This is not great. We have two horses in exactly the same colours in this race, Nationwide and Blue Day. They both have a red and white stripe cap. Their colours are exactly the same. Fortunately, Nationwide has got blinkers, and I think he's got 4 white feet. He's got some white feet and white socks anyway, so hopefully we'll keep an eye on those two. Nationwide comes out of stall 15, Blue Day comes out of stall number 10. Rather bizarre situation, that, with the same colours. So this is the Hawar Cup, sponsored by Sabaka, race number 8 as the Turf Series continues. We're well through the loading up process. Desert Cop is still to go in. Blue Day is out of line as well. Blue Day to go into stall number 10. Desert Cop will go into 16. Got 1 or 2 empty boxes towards the far side. Redemption Time will go into the stalls. Redemption Time into stall number 3. I think Comanche Falls might be another one out of line. There's a close-up of Dubai Bling. And from the aerial shot, we can see Partisan Hero is still to go forward as well. So we are down to the final 5 runners for this race over the straight 1,200 meters. Comanche Falls then out of line. Redemption Time, another one. And that is Redemption Time to go into stall number 3. The last one to load for the Hawar Cup, sponsored by Seiko. Race 8 over the straight 1,200. Redemption Time going in. And that is it. They are set to go. And they're off. 1,200 meters in front of them, and Away Smartly was up the pace. That one in the center with Inveigle, and Derrin shows up brightly. Dubai Bling is not too far away. Leaders are being followed early by Partisan Hero and Another Bar, with Chief Mankato and Spangled Mac next, and then Dream Out Loud. Hunting up the pace is Blue Day in mid-division alongside Burdette. To the near side is Desert Cop, who's chased then by Nationwide, and towards the back is Buffer Zone. The back marker overall is Roman Dragon. It's Inveigle the leader. Inveigle being pestered for the lead by Up the Pace, and then holding every chance Partisan Hero, Dream Out Loud. Away to the far side is Redemption Time, and Comanche Falls is coming there with a big run as well. Carsib's not too far away, and it is Up the Pace who's got a narrow lead. Here comes Desert Cop. Spangled Mac is out in the clear. Don't rule out Dubai Bling inside the final 200 meters. And the leader is Up the Pace from Comanche Falls and Spangled Mac, and it's Up the Pace stretching out very nicely. Up the Pace the winner, Comanche Falls second, Spangled Mac back in third, and on the near side was a Blue Day, and to the far side Roman Dragon. So it is Up the Pace the winner. Up the Pace for Al Adiat Racing, Daniel and Claire Kubler, and Tom Marquand, a horse making his debut here in the Kingdom. Was in great form last season, winning at Doncaster and Ascot over 1,200 and 1,400. And Up the Pace has won decisively, was never far away, certainly lived up to his name, but has stretched out very impressively in the closing stages here to win for the team. So it's number 17, Up the Pace to win. The old boy, Comanche Falls, what a warrior, has finished in second. Course regular Spangled Mac third. Tight fourth, that is just Blue Day on the near side, who takes 4th place. So provisionally, the numbers in the frame: 17, 6, 16 and 19. That's 17, 6, 16 and 19, 17. Up the Pace wins the Hawar Cup. How about that for an introduction to racing in the Kingdom?
Yeah, quite, and that'll be a very, very popular result with those watching on, I am sure. So too the winning trainers, Dan and Claire Kubler, who in their first season of racing out here, with bigger, there you go, with big assignments to come this weekend, not least this fella, Byline, Crack Skiing tomorrow. These are the ones, as we mentioned, you're going to get judged on. Tom Marquand coming over for the ride, and he's ridden Up the Pace to a brilliant first success out here.
He has, yes. As Darren was saying, he was up there on the speed throughout, and well, I mean, everything just seemed to be pretty smooth, really. You can see why they did drop him back in trip. He's shown plenty of early speed, but he's seen it out well, and I suppose he's probably a staying sprinter, if you like. You could easily see him back up to the 1400 as well, because you can see him drawing clear of the field as he gets to the line, beating Comanche Falls and Spangled Mac, who are solid, seasoned sprinters as well. But the pace sort of developed in the middle of the track by those drawn middle to low, and it was stall 9 that's managed to beat 4 and 6. It was the only one from a slightly higher draw. Blue Day in stall 10 was very unlucky. When we watch him back, he had no luck in running. But the one that had no traffic problems was Up the Pace, and Tom Marquand has given him a pretty confident ride.
Here's Ali.
Well, it looked pretty straightforward, Tom. How is it from your point of view?
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously pretty new to the team, and he was brought in from the UK with some decent form. I think tonight, to be fair, he surprised me how much pace he showed, and obviously he's won over a bit further, but that was it was a performance to sit on speed and kick when he did. I was expecting him to take a little bit longer to get going, and I hit the front furlong too soon, but yeah, he's a lovely horse going forward now, and clearly loves conditions here.
Nice to get on the scoreboard for yourself. You've been knocking on the door all evening.
Yeah. Obviously the filly ran great earlier on, and Westridge was a bit disappointing, but hopefully he's a horse for the future here, and he'll get used to the way of the track and stuff like that. But yeah, always important to be riding winners in Bahrain, obviously.
And an Al Ariat winner of the Turf Series as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously, Zana Sheikh, he's got a strong team, and things have changed a little bit the last year or so. And look, it's obviously been a wonderful start to the season for them, and obviously a nice winner like this is fantastic. But yeah, long may the success last, and there'll be a bit more, hopefully.
Congratulations, then. You made the trip worthwhile, winning our second Turf Series race. Well done to Tom Muckand on board Up the Pace.
Up the Pace then, successful, and showed plenty of that. Now, as regards going forwards and the rest of the season, the rest of the Turf Series, next up, you've got the 1200 metre finale on the 5th of March. Do you think that they'll roll the dice over 1,000 on the 19th of February and try them at the minimum?
I suppose the temptation is the points and the bonus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do I think that that's going to be the most suitable trip for the horse? No. If I was to go any way, it would be to go up in trip, but obviously that isn't going to be any help towards the point system. So do you turn him out as a fresh horse for the final? I mean, he's come here off the back of a break. We hadn't seen him prior to this since September, so maybe fresh is the way forward. Keep him really bouncing, keep him in really good order, and come back here on the 5th of March, which ultimately now is not that far away. It's November, getting my months in a muddle. February being a short month.
It is,
means that it won't actually be too far away. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they stick to the 1200 now, give him that little bit of a break, and go in a couple of weeks' time.
The Manchi Falls, who was 4 lengths in arrears of Chandigarh when last seen, has run a very good second. Chandigarh we're going to see tomorrow in non-Turf Series, but good company. Tom Muckand, who joined us in the studio a few hours ago now to preview his rides and talk all things Bahrain, has ridden the winner for Daniel and Claire Kubler in Sheikh Issa's Al Ariat Racing Silks. It's Up the Pace who's won the second and final Turf Series race of the evening.
شيخ طالعنا الله يسلمك يقول لك واحد من فوق ما طالع بس لا ذبحت
Well, the winning trainers now join me, Claire and Daniel Kubler. Claire, for a relatively inexperienced horse, he did that very well.
He did. He was very impressive. When we were coming up to the final, like furlong and a half, you kind of thought we'd been near the front probably too long here. And then Tom just said he gave him a smack and he just changed legs and accelerated clear.
How expected was that victory?
Not really, because we were obviously still learning the horse. He hadn't done a whole lot prior to the sales when we bought him. So he's done just enough to start running. So, you know, maybe that suited him being quite fresh.
It's been a fantastic season for you so far. Al Adiat Racing have won all the big races out here, but never a Turf Series race before. So another one to tick off. Satisfying.
Yeah, very satisfying, because I think it had been something that His Highness had been very keen to achieve, and he hadn't managed it yet. And I think there'd been a few near misses, and we were quite confident with Westridge, and he didn't run a bad race, but he didn't quite do it. So we came into this one a bit more relaxed, and he did it really well. It was very impressive.
What about the Crown Princess Cup tomorrow then with Cracks King?
Yeah, he's a beautiful horse. He looks incredible at home. So yeah, everything crossed, and yeah, good luck.
Enjoy the celebrations with this one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, delighted to have Mohammed Khaled Abdulrahman, Managing Director of Seiko, to present the trophy for the Hawar Cup. Well done to Up the Pace, victorious in the Al Adiat Racing colours, and receiving the winning owners trophy. We welcome up Sheikh Salman bin Mohammed Al Khalifa to receive the trophy on behalf of Al Adiat Racing. Well done to Connections. Well done to our winning trainers, Daniel and Claire Kubler, and our winning jockey, Tom Marquand. The winner of the Hawar Cup, sponsored by Seiko, was Up the Pace.
All smiles, Dan and Claire Kubler, Tom Marquand, as well as Up the Pace is, or Team Up the Pace are rewarded and presented with the trophies after success in the Hawar Cup, which is the second of the two Turf Series races. It's been a whirlwind few months for the Kublers since coming across to Bahrain, and they've got big players tomorrow. Cracks King in the Crown Princess Cup and Byline in the Chief Mile supporting race. Now the standings at the end of the sprint race. Earlier today, Chandigarh topped it with 25. Well, he stays there with exactly that by dint of not running. But from 6th to 2nd, Comanche falls, 20 points for Michael Dodds. Another Bar sits there in 3rd, having been 2nd, 18 points, picks up solitary point owing to just running in the race. Kendall Roy, who didn't run, in 4th. Dubai Bling in 5th, along with the new introduction to the standings with Up the Pace, who is there and might be picking up further points after that. So, 2 Turf Series races completed. Very much enjoyed both of them. And, of course, ramifications for the standings going forward. I think they're going to go and have a load of fun with Up the Pace, aren't they?
I think so, yeah. And look, he's going to potentially be trick versatile. He's clearly taken well to training and life over here. But it's a little bit of a story that, or a sort of similar story throughout the night, as plenty of these new recruits that have been purchased and coming over here have been running extremely well or winning. And I do think that, for me, rider of the night goes to Lewis Edmonds.
Yep.
I think
Ibrahim Nada close second or not?
Yes,
right.
Absolutely. So it's hard between them both, but I think for Lewis to have not ridden at the track for such a long period of time and to have got it right on 2 horses that were very, very different, totally different circumstances. One horse he had to close, looked a bit awkward, got up on the line. Another horse he made all the running in a fast and furious race. I think he's got it perfect. Well, he's got it perfect. He's ridden a double. So I think it's really good to see not only new trainers coming in, but also lots of other jockeys coming from the UK, from Ireland, Dubai, wherever it might be, getting involved and riding these winners too. So, yeah, little shout out to Lewis. We haven't seen him on the track here much in the last couple of years, but he's come back with real authority. I think he's made his presence known.
It is good, because I was just thinking back, you know, mid-December the Turf Series kicked off. You had Casey McGiven winning, you know, coming out here from Ireland, first ever runner out here. Kendall Roy wins. You had Adrian Keatley winning with another bar as well. Now we've already seen dual Grand National winning trainer Lucinda Russell, who along with Michael Scudamore has won as well. You know, we are introducing new faces who were 5 years ago when this kicked off. The idea of having a Grand National winning trainer, it's just not a thing, is it?
I know, it's great. Obviously, Lucinda and her team are growing under both rules. So the fact that she's got a bigger team of flat horses obviously helps as well. And they're doing a great job at that. But yeah, I do think that it's, you know, there's so many new connections here, and we hear on a regular occurrence the likes of George Baker, hearing from Michael Owen today as well. We want more runners. We want to bring more horses. You know, they're wanting. All these teams internationally are wanting to bring more horses to Bahrain and to try and remain competitive and get involved in the Turf Series, that is for sure. So, look, it's been 2 seriously good races, but we've still got the first of our Triple Crown yet to come.
We do, and actually on that topic, and I was going to say, quite cheekily, this is a loaded comment, I hope you won't mind, I've got to the end of the night without mentioning it. Excuse me, what kind of a horse you need for the Turf Series, but you have bought one. Nesthorn, who won back in December, who runs tomorrow in the Crown Prince's Cup. You were the one that picked him out, weren't you?
Well, so we could say, yeah.
Humility time.
Yeah, well, so, yes, I was helping George at the sales for horses that could be suitable. Anyway, sent George a nice list. Actually, one of those was Westridge.
Was it?
Yeah, and anyway, we were looking at various different horses. Nesthorn popped up. George rang me as he's back down the motorway, and I answered, have you seen Nesthorn? And I said, no, he's by expert eye, wouldn't be my favourite sire. He was like, oh, will you have a look? And I was like, really? He was like, yeah, just please go and have a look. So anyway, I was like, yeah, you know, he's okay. Great, can you bid on him? And I was like, are you sure? I was like, come on, you know, he's had time off the track. He was like, no, yeah, let's bid on him. Anyway, winning bid, I was thinking, well, this is going to be a disaster, isn't it? Off he goes to the Middle East to run in Bahrain. My name's next to him on the sales. God. Anyway, we're looking at a few more expert eyes next time, won't I?
A few more expert eyes. He might even win the Crown Prince's Cup tomorrow. We'll find out. The man that will be calling them is Darren Owen. Let's go up to him now.
Thanks, Nick. So just wrapping up what we've just seen, the Hawar Cup sponsored by Sabaka. The result, first number 17, that was Up the Pace. Second number 6, Comanche Falls. Third number 16, Spangled Mac. Fourth number 19, Blue Day. And fifth number 2, that was Roman Dragon. Distances of 2 lengths and 1 length. And the official time there, the winning horse, 1 minute 12.52. 1 minute 12.52. And they've weighed in for race 8. So let's take a look now at the race coming up. Our final race on day 1 of this wonderful meeting. Race 9's over 1,000 metres for the locally bred thoroughbreds. 1 is members only, Benoit de la Sayette. 2, Up to You or Down to Me, Alejandro Brun. 3 Sinatra, Lee Newman. 4 Blues Queen of Frankie van Hunsbroek. 5 Al Hadba, Hassan Al Safar. 6 Raheel, Connor Beasley. 7 Authority, Callum Shepherd. 8 The Blue Lady, Luciano Emmanuel Cabrera. 9 The Ghost Ship, Sandro Paiva. 10 is Riahin and Abdullah Al Hawaj. 11 Messiel, Hussein Askar. Let's take a look at the runners now in the parade ring, and we begin at the top of the programme with members only. Members only. Fans very much fancied on the international markets today for this race. Benoit de la Slette in the saddle. Horses won 1 race and ran over 1,000 metres last time, finishing behind Son of Zeus, was in mid-division on that occasion. 2 is Up to You or Down to Me. Was in the winner's circle last spring over the straight 1,000. Has had 1 outing so far this season, but was well beaten on that occasion. Stable companion, trained by Paul Smith, is Sinatra. Lee Newman is aboard Sinatra, a dual winner in the past. Sinatra's last run saw this horse finishing in mid-division over 1,400 behind South China Sea. Interesting to see Sinatra down in trip. This is Blues Queen. Paul Smith certainly well represented in this field. Blues Queen, it would be one of the outsiders on the international markets. This mare has won a couple of times. Last time ran over 1,400, finishing 6th of 7 behind Hizam. This is 5. And the 5 is Al Hadba with Hassan Al Safa in the saddle. The horse has won 3 times, but takes a prominent role in the international markets for this race. That's Al Hadba. On to Raheel, number 6, Connor Beasley for Jabba Ramadan and Alafu Racing. This mare has won once. Sound effort behind Son of Zeus earlier on this month. Since then has finished just over 4 lengths behind Luna. On to number 8, another Paul Smith inmate, the Blue Lady. The Blue Lady was in good form earlier on in the season, notching up multiple wins over 1,000 and 1,200 metres. On to the grey here. This is number 7, Authority. Callum Shepherd in the saddle. He's been running well without winning of late. Ran over 1,200 last time, finished behind Luna. Green jacket of the Ghost Ship, one of the outsiders today, has been beaten a long way in his most recent starts. On to Messiel, and looking at the international markets, this horse was the complete outsider for this race. Hasn't been beating many rivals in her most recent starts. Messiel, number 11.
So just like that, we are at the 9th and final race on the first day of the Crown Prince's Cup Festival here in Bahrain. And one thing that's guaranteed is this race will be over in way less than a minute. 1,000 metres as the sprint handicappers assemble for it. And they make their way down fairly well spread apart, leisurely as well, but off time in around about 4 minutes. Meg, next to me, alongside as you have been throughout the day, enjoyed a lot of varied action, good stuff. Who's the likeliest winner of the last? Straight in there, by the way.
Sorry?
There's no kind of like preamble I haven't given you, just
no,
who's the likeliest winner of the last?
Just go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, my winning selection, I went for Raheel.
Yep.
Jabba Ramadan with some good runners this evening. They've been in good form, knocking on the door. Connor Beasley aboard, a mare that has been going well lately. She's been in good heart, running into the places, and I think dropping back down in trip is fine for her. And my second best was actually for our Oaks winning rider, Benoit de la Sayette, on board members only, who I thought could be sharper from a recent run over the course and distance, when finishing 5th, but not beaten that far. And I just felt as though he was likely to take a good step forward, having had nearly a year off the track prior to that run. So members only could strip fitter this evening.
Funnily enough, that Raheel form is taken, or is represented a couple of times, but finishing 4th to Luna, that form's already been boosted today. as Al Bahrain won, having finished 2nd. You've got Authority as well. Horse 10 is just coming out. That's Raheel, the mare by Special Fighter, and she didn't beat a rival when beaten a cricket score really by Luna last time, so I think they'll be hopeful of much better. I thought Authority could be the answer in this. That good 3rd to Luna last time. It's 2 years since the last success, but this looks ripe, a race that something could spring right back to form.
Yeah, Authority been running well in the placings, another one who's been sort of knocking on the door, and as you say, stepping back down in trip this evening. Callum Shepherd aboard once again, having ridden this mare a couple of times already. You could just see her getting down to the stalls there now. A nice grey mare there by Outstrip.
Yep.
It's a fairly open race. The majority of these have only won once or twice, a couple still maidens as well, but we haven't got any that are really standing out in terms of recent form. But I just thought that potentially, if we go through horses that have had form boosts, as you say, through the evening, I landed with for similar reasons, I landed on Raheel with that sort of form with Luna sort of shining through.
International markets are speaking quite positively in the direction of Sinatra for Paul Smith and Lee Newman. Sinatra, who's been running over further and usually seen at more like 1,600 a mile, really, but it's 1,400 last time. So it's the first time that Sinatra's dropping down to 1,000 metres, so completely unexposed at this sort of distance. Are you naturally positive about that, or tread carefully?
For me, tread carefully. I just haven't necessarily watched him thinking, oh gosh, he really needs to step down quite markedly. So I think that the 1,000 looks to be on the sharp side for Sinatra. It's a big drop down, 400 metres in distance that he is dropping down here this evening. So I sort of was on side with horses that have been running over this trip, or at least only 1,200 recently. So Raheel and members only. Members only is the obvious one to improve the most.
Yes.
Because of that long absence off the track, returning with a really decent effort, finishing 5th but only beaten just over 3 lengths. And I just felt as though much sharper horse could well be seen this evening. A son of Harry Angel. I thought he looked well in the paddock beforehand. Benoit de la Sayette on the winners already this evening. And we've seen a couple of jockeys with the doubles up, so maybe it will be Benoit as well.
We have indeed, yeah, well pointed out. The man that sits, the only man that sits above Benoit in the standings, Ibrahim Nada, who's an absolute mile clear. It's unfair to compare in ways, but Benoit's having a very good time of things and has propelled himself into 2nd in the Jockey Championship. And as you rightly said about Lewis Edmonds, 4 years away from Bahrain, and he's marked his first return in almost half a decade with 2 winners tonight, one that he will doubtless remember for a long time. Right, last few are going forwards for our 9th and final race, and with that we'll go up with thanks for an excellent night of calls. Darren Owen.
2,000 metres in front of this field for our final race. Raheen has gone in, up to you or down to me, about to load. One of the, was it 4 Paul Smith representatives in this field. This is Raheel, number 6, Connor Beasley for Java Ramadan. Raheel goes in to stall 4. Members only and Messail are still to move into their places. So this is members only. Menu Abdullah Sayed, he's had a fruitful night, fruitful winter. And members only in, just Masil to go in for race 9, 1,000 metres. They are ready. And they're off. And away smartly, the big white face of the ghost ship to the near side. Messail, Al Hadba, far side, Riahid, Authority and Sinatra are well there. Raheel is just in behind the leaders from Blues Queen, and then the Blues Lady, members only, and up to you or down to me. That's the early running order. Messail far side with Rahid, Authority, Sinatra and the ghost ship, and they are forming a wave of around 5 runners. Up to you or down to me is just in behind him on the near side, in company with the Blues Lady. Al Hadba trying to come with a run far side. Raheel is right there in the mix as well. They're inside the final 400 metres. The Grey Authority with Raheel, Sinatra, the Ghost Ship and Al Hadba inside the final 200. The Ghost Ship on the near side with a big effort. Al Hadba's over on the far side, and between them is Raheel as they go towards the finish. Al Hadba and the Ghost Ship. Al Hadba, the Ghost Ship near side. The Ghost Ship, Al Hadba. They are 1 and 2, and they're followed in a close third by the Blue Lady. So a victory there goes to the Ghost Ship. Number 9, big white face, flashy chestnut. The Ghost Ship would have been a long shot on the international markets here as well. It's been beaten a fair way in a few races this season, and the Ghost Ship has won for Sandro Paiva and Jaffa Marzouk. Let's look at the closing stages. Al Hadba banging contention. Raheel was always there, but it was the Ghost Ship who really did stick its neck out there to take the money from Al Hadba. The Blue Lady was the one running on and has snatched 3rd position. So those provisional numbers: 9, the Ghost Ship, the winner; 5, Al Hadba in 2nd; and 8, the Blue Lady in 3rd place. That's a 3rd career success for this now 7-year-old, the Ghost Ship, winner of the 9th and final race tonight.
Had a fabulous attitude, good pace, but brains far more creative than mine would have needed to have put together a case, certainly to propose to me to select that horse. Beaten a length, 11 and a bit lengths, 11 and a bit lengths, 13 and a bit lengths. Hadn't been in any sort of form, I don't think, but right back to it.
Yeah, hasn't fired this season at all, but twice a winner previously, and right back to form there this evening. There was a real strong pace on up in front, and I think I sort of was expecting 3 or 4 different winners in the final couple 100 metres, because the sort of winning chance looked to have changed several times, but the Ghost Ship was the one that finished best of all, and that strong pace, which slightly collapsed once he passed a horse, he seemed to take off.
Well, the second who could have had it swing her way, Al Hadba, she's run an absolute cracker. She's been beaten 10 and a half, 12 and 3/4 and 33 lengths in her last 3 starts. So
not the easiest one to work out.
No, that's to put it lightly. Right, Ali.
There's a bit of a theme with jockeys this evening, having their first rides of the season here. Sandra, you add to the list. First time in Bahrain tonight, and you get a winner.
Yeah, I'm so grateful to get the invite. My first day here in Bahrain. I was very welcome. I'm very happy to be here and especially get the win. So I look forward to come over more times and enjoy this beautiful track here.
And perhaps an unexpected win for this horse. He's got good form in the past, but not so much this season. What made the difference today?
Well, he's. I got the order. He's. They go forward, and the trainer told me he's in great form. He had best gallop last time, so say look forward. I think we have a good chance. So, and yeah, that happened.
Congratulations then. First evening riding here, and you get a winner. Well done to our winning jockey, Sandro Pava.
Well, he's capable of turning unlikely scenarios into winning ones. We've just seen Sandro Pava. It would be an unlikely scenario if he were to ride tomorrow in the 2:05, this is UK time, at Meydan, and then the 2:30, 25 minutes later, here in Bahrain. I'm trying to work out exactly where he's going to be tomorrow, but he's down for What a Business in the Howden Cup tomorrow, but more likely to be seen, you'd imagine, in his familiar hunting ground of Meydan. But you never know, that'll come clear tomorrow. I already presented Tom Markham with a ride he didn't think he was going to have in the Crown Prince's Cup tomorrow, so anything is possible, Megan.
Anything is possible, yeah. It'd be interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on if there's any non-runners, or he must know something that we don't. But yeah, the fact that he's over here for this evening and riding what was presumably on the international market one of the outsiders, it's just maybe he is staying here for tomorrow. But yeah, we'll have to try and find that out for definite. But yeah, a regular over in Dubai, often riding winners at Meydan. And look, he's managed to partner a willing he's managed to partner up with a willing horse in the Ghost Ship, who managed to close down on his rivals off that strong pace. And as Ali says, plenty of riders either starting off or returning to Bahrain after a long break, and it's been absolutely no problem because they've been cleaning up this evening.
Haven't they just? Lewis Evans chief among them. The winner ridden by Sandro Pava for Jafar Marzouk in the colours of Ahmed Khalil Ali. Khalil is the Ghost Ship, who's won the 9th and final race.
So let's take in the results of the final race, race number 9. First was number 9, the Ghost Ship. Second, number 5, Al Hadba. Third, number 8, the Blue Lady. And fourth was number 3, Sinatra. The distances there were a neck and half a length, Just for the record, the 5th horse home was number 6, Raheel, and the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 02.25. 1 minute 02.25, and that result is now official, and they've weighed in for the 9th and final race.
That was that. That was leg 1, day 1 of the Crown Prince's Cup Festival of 2026, which majored on the Turf Series. They've still got key fixtures to come mid-February, and then the final round of fixtures, first week of March, the King's Cup Festival. But it promised plenty, and I think it delivered good stories. Excellent stuff, Lewis Edmonds, Dame Manutton. I'm just about going to pronounce that properly without
in the Scottish accent.
Oh, not really.
No?
Not like the connections did. Not like the naming of it was. Excellent interview it was with Ali as well. And after what they had to endure, I suppose, back in December, keeping this horse straight on the rail, what a talent.
Yeah, he's really bounced back from what was a disastrous start over here. But he put all of those problems aside this evening, travelled round lovely. If anything, did a little bit too much, but he wasn't for catching, and he was a pretty decisive winner in the end. Hands and heels there in the last couple 100 metres from Lewis Edmonds, who rode a double on the evening, and a little ear prick, I think, there too. So maybe a bit more in hand.
Well, should they go for I think it's February the 19th or thereabouts, the next series race, that's down 200 metres, 1800. But if you stop the tape at 1800, you'd have no worries, would you?
He had the tactical pace in what was going to be a fast run race to jump out and get to the rail. Dropping back in trip wouldn't concern me. I suppose the length of turnaround would be maybe the question. He obviously took a while to get over December, which evidently he wasn't right.
Yeah.
He didn't handle the track, something didn't quite add up. They've taken their time to get him really back to his best this evening. Connections sounds as though they weren't necessarily expecting that much of a performance, so maybe there is still a little bit more to come as well. If he can bounce out of this really well, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in a couple of weeks' time slightly down in trip.
OK, let's have a look at the standings for the middle distance, which is really beginning to shape up because we're only a couple of fixtures away from the end. High Royal, who runs tomorrow, he won't be seen in the Turf Series anymore because he's too high in the ratings, but he could just win it without still being there. He's miles clear of Nesthorn, who didn't run, Vestigia, who did, and ran well when placed, and Dame Manutton is now there as well. So that is your first and co-seconds. Also today we had the sprint race, which was the Hawar Cup, and it was won by Up the Pace, a newcomer to Bahrain. Not for a new team now, it's Dan and Claire Kubler, who are well into their first season in the colours of Sheikh Issa's Al Adiyat Racing. Lovely recruit.
Yeah, down in trip this evening, which was the slight question, and interesting from Tom Marquand afterwards, saying he wasn't expecting the explosive turn of foot that this horse really gave him. Yeah. More recently running over sort of 1400 and trips similar to that, but actually the drop down wasn't an issue. He travelled with real zest, and it was a case of when Tom pressed the button, and he did show a real good turn of foot, strong through the line, and he's beaten seasoned and hardened proper sprint handicappers in the likes of Comanche Falls and obviously Spangled Mac as well. So I think this was
good
a great
track form, yeah.
Yeah, track form, Roman Dragon. You know, these are horses that we're talking of on a regular basis running in big heritage sprint handicaps, and this was a really, really good performance. Dan and Claire Kubler have really worked their magic with this horse, coming into today fresh, on the back of a bit of a break. And yeah, what do? I would like to see him stick to this trip. Don't drop him back to the 1,000. It's tempting because of the point system to drop down and try and get more points on that standings. But I would like to see him stay fresh and go for the final in a few weeks' time.
So look at the standings for that. as well. And a fairly similar theme in that the clubhouse leader not running today. Chandigarh runs tomorrow. He's up atop with 25. Comanche Falls, what a horse he is. He's got 20 and he's right there to go and try and win this outright. Another Bar is third. Kendall Roy, who didn't run, is fourth. Dubai Bling is fifth, and Up the Pace is right there now with 15. More information, BahrainTurfClub.com. But we're only halfway there, because we've got the second of the two-day Crown Prince's Cup Festival tomorrow, and that features the big one itself, the His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup. 8 go to post as race 6, and $200,000. That looks absolutely cracking.
It is. We've got a real strong renewal by the looks of things. As we've mentioned a couple of times, High Royal, who is going to be a popular selection tomorrow, trying to win once again here in Bahrain. He's been, I think it's fair to say, rejuvenated over here, and Neil Callan on board for Kevin Ryan, who team up so well, have done over the years. International success. It's exciting, but it's not a one-horse race.
It's not a one-horse race. I can't wait. We've got Byline as well. We've got Zeal. We've got loads of local stars. And both myself and Megan will be back tomorrow to see you then. But we will leave you with the sights and sounds of a wonderful day of racing here. Bye-bye.